Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Hello, Awakening. How are you doing today? Hello, Heather and Trina. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the live. Well, today we're gonna finish what I started the other day when I mysteriously got removed from TikTok. I'm gonna finish my conversation one way or another. As I was talking about that, hello, hello. We will get into that in a little bit. Just waiting for more people to come in. If you would, can you please like and share the live? That would help the algorithms in this. And we're going to have a wonderful night tonight. Great to be back here. And hopefully I'm not going to be bullied right now. What was your question, Irene? I feel an energy. I usually don't do readings like this, but I will for you because I'm feeling something. Yes, he's by you and he wants to tell you that he loves you, and it almost as if he's supporting you in whatever you're doing, and he's very happy. That's what I feel. I can't get too much close to that. But that's what I got. Yes, when you speak the truth, apparently they don't like it, so I'm gonna say it anyway. So, but we'll get into that in a little bit. If you want to donate to me, I don't know. I don't do readings like that. A lot of people do that kind of stuff, but it's hard for me to do that because the reason why I don't do readings is a very because if I was to tell you if you're going to get this and that, it would change your timeline. I can only tell you if it's positive or negative. That's the kind of thing I do because I feel if I tell you anything about your timeline, that it's going to alter your timeline. So for me, that's kind of what I do. But I'm getting a positive vibe for you, Mr. Awakening. A lot of other people, yes, manifesting things like that will take a lot of energy. So what you want to do is you want to believe in it. You can't just say, "Oh, it's going to happen. It's going to happen." You must truly believe, not with just your mind, your heart, your soul. You have to believe that it's going to be there and it's going to help you, and that's what it is. Hello, hello, Foxy, and how are you? You might not want to say that on live. Okay? Because you never know who's listening. But you're free to listen here. Just don't, you know, what we talked about the other day. What? Hello, honey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you answer that XYZ? I don't know how to answer that person.
XYZ.
Yes, maybe I'm not understanding. You might want to turn down the music, please. Thank you.
I, I, I think they want you to
Are you
connect with
playing that
spirit.
music, Paul?
If you ever have music in the background, I can't post it on TikTok. I mean, YouTube.
Where's that music coming from?
You.
Well, that was odd. Someone wants
Yeah.
to sing, Heather.
Yeah.
I think I think Irene is wanting you to talk to her dad in
I don't know
spirit,
where
and
that's coming from.
Sounds like a TV show.
it does. And also, when she was asking about Billy, she says Billy hasn't passed. So I don't know. I think she's wanting you to talk to her loved ones in spirit. So maybe you should explain that.
The only, when when I'm looking at your picture, I'm getting the energy of somebody's around you that loves you and wants to support you. That's what I'm feeling, love and support. I'm seeing a white and purplish aura and a feeling, and that's what I'm getting, that they're there to support you. I think that something happens. See, I'm very hard. It's very hard for me to do these kind of readings like this because usually when I do these kind of readings, I have to be touching the person. But what I'm feeling and sensing is an energy with somebody's there to support you, and you meant a lot to them. It's pure, raw energy and love and support. That's what I got. I can't name, I mean, that's what I'm feeling. I don't know where that energy is coming from, but it's around you, and it feels like a newfound energy. So something, that's what I got. I don't know how to word it. Maybe Heather can word it for you because she's good with that kind of stuff. But I'm feeling an energy like that.
So
I,
essentially, what he's saying is, when you ask him about Billy, what he tuned in is to your energy, and your energy is very strong for someone who is spending a lot of time around you and is wanting only the best and wanting to support. So that could be your dad, possibly. But your best bet would be to get still, do some meditation, and pay attention, because it sounds like your dad possibly would like to communicate with you. And we don't know about Billy.
but yeah, that's what I'm getting. So, and I'm not very good at, like I said, I'm not very good at doing online like this. But that's what I got for you. Best I can do. I don't
You
want to
did a
tell
good
you
job,
something.
brother.
I don't want to tell you something and have it be different or wrong. I'm just telling you what I know.
So how you been?
I've been all right. You know, after that brief excommunication that I was
Yeah.
talking about, I'm going to continue that conversation, damn it, because that is what I was talking about before I was rudely interrupted.
Um, did you use your time wisely?
Of course, I use my time wisely.
Well, we missed you. We
I
missed
missed
you.
everybody too.
You know, dang it. That just wasn't right.
Well,
I've seen so much worse, and they just get away with it, you know?
yeah. And like
But
I explained, I'm going to explain to other people. So if anybody's in the room that might be listening, that everybody has different abilities, and we're all unique. We all have the same abilities, but some are specialized in certain abilities. Unfortunately,
Absolutely.
that one is not my category too much, so I haven't got into that yet.
I was seeing somebody with dark hair, but she's not responding, so I'm going to let that go. I was seeing somebody with dark hair, but I don't think it was the person that she was asking about. I would have read her, but that's okay.
I don't fear or feel or hear anything like that except my own people. And I just know that if I get still, they send me signs and they talk to me. But I have to be paying attention because they have to lower their frequency and I have to increase mine in order for us to get to talk to one another.
But as I was
I would
saying,
never lower mine. I'd bring them up to mine, but I would never lower mine. Mm-mm.
but as I was saying last week, well, the other week before I got disconnected, that there's a lot of spatial beings out there that are positive, and there's a lot of negative out there, and they're doing trickery and they're deceptive. I'm going to be careful on my wording this time. They're going to be deceptive on what they do and what they say to the human race. Like some might do a psyop operation on the human race, and some groups that proclaim they're of the light are not. And it's been through me and other channelers and other spiritual beings have witnessed that there is a group out there that's doing that, and then there's another group that has fallen into another category. And this one happens to be the most popular one of them all, and I have looked into certain aspects of that in the last couple weeks on my time off, and I've really looked into the certain aspects of this certain group. I'm not going to name the group because, you know, I don't want someone's feelings hurt, but the group has been infiltrated by reptilians, and then they're being worked with, and a lot of people on here are being misled by those group of people.
Amen.
That claim they're doing that work of the light.
Amen.
Many spiritual people have said that, and what they're doing is they're working with some earthly realm people. I had to excommunicate that word too. Some earthly government, some earthly forces, and they're working together to commit a common goal. Now, see, when I was talked to by my beings up there, they told me that somebody was misleading people in a certain direction. Well, I'm going to make the correction right now. I'm not saying that person's fault or wrong, but I'm going to explain it the way I experienced it and what I was told. What I was told was, in March, about somewhere in March, there was a pulse that was put out onto the planet. And there was these ships that are inside of the earth, and they're called Cedars. These are the ones that brought some of the animals here, if you believe in that kind of thing. And they were activated, and now they are in orbit around the planet. For when this rise comes, let's say ascension, when the ascension comes, you will be on those ships, awake, not asleep, awake, living your life as an evolved being. And then, so it'll be the first and second wave will be, well, the first wave is going to go to a place called Heaven, whatever you want to call it. There's a second group. It's going to be the space beings. They're going to be on those ships. And what they're going to do, they're going to learn and they're going to evolve into another being that they are. And then there's going to be a third wave. And those third wave ships came from the celestial council and divine order then bring in the ships here. They're called the crystalline ships. And thank you. The crystalline ships are here for not the chosen ones, because I'm not using that bogus, pathetic word. The people that are going to be on them ships are the ones that have the unique abilities to command them ships. And they're going to sit here, they're going to be up there, and they're going to guide people to another Earth and through space and protect those arcs that are up there now. And if you heard that pulse, then that means that pulse has activated inside of you, which pushes you up into a higher vibration of frequencies. Now, as some people would have you believe that some ships were towed from another area and you're going to be asleep, well, the reason why my being said that that was bogus, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to say this, is because those are not really the kind of arcs you want to be on. Those arcs are for them reptilians, and what they're going to do is they're going to push you to sleep, and when you're asleep, they're going to kind of do like the Matrix did. They're going to use your energy as a battery, and they're going to do experiments on you, and they're going to use you as a food supply.
Paul, excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but I just wanted to let you know, love, that if I go off, it's not because I left. It's going on 10:15, and the hurricane's supposed to hit us in about 45 minutes.
No problem.
I hope you're safe.
Oh, honey, thank you so much. We could use as many prayers as we can get. My son actually lives, well, he's my nephew, but I call him my son. He and his wife live right there at the Florida Georgia line, so he's going to get slammed. I wish to God I could change places with him and have he and his wife down here and me be there, but it's out of my control. Thank you so much, though, honey. And Miss Diane, you too, love. I appreciate it. It's really scary right now.
Yeah. I've
It's
been hearing about it on different social media, but it's really looking kind of scary right now. But you know, we have to trust. And
yes, amen. Absolutely, absolutely. I said a prayer on the house. I did it. The building at work, I laid hands on and prayed as well. And so far, so good. But this storm is supposed to make history, honey. This storm is apparently worse than Andrew was when it totally downed Miami. I mean, it took Miami out back in the 80s.
Yeah, I remember.
But God is good. He's going to get us through this, and I just hope we don't lose too many lives. It hasn't even really... We're getting the outer bands now, and so far one person's died from the storm.
My goodness. Okay, Brim, so
Thank you, Kelly. Yes, I apologize.
you're fine.
Thank
I was
you.
going to say, Brim, I was talking to someone else about this who also channels, and the feeling that this person gets is that there are different forces at work,
Yes.
and that there are ones who would like to have you recycled back into the reincarnation cycle.
Mm-hmm. And if you're now, if you're going to ascend to Earth, off Earth, you don't need a meat suit. You're going to be in your spiritual form. Just think about that for a moment, because if you look back in other scriptures and other cultures, you'll see that when you leave this planet, you're going to get a new body. You're going to get a new name. You're not going to need this human fleshly body. It's not going to be relevant. It's not appropriate for space. And I want to let everybody know that when I was taken and I went up, do you know what? I was in this human form. But when I got to a certain point in that bubble, my body transformed. It wasn't a human body. It was more of an energy body.
That's
So,
in my understanding, is that you transform. Your Merkaba is your spirit body,
yes.
and you only need your own Merkaba to travel.
Uh-huh. So when you're being told that you're going to be taken on a ship and your human body is going to sleep, that's not exactly true. I hate to say it. I don't like to disagree with people. That's their own truth. Maybe for them certain people it is, but I'm not going to. I'm not here to discredit anybody. There's different groups of people doing certain things, but that's what I heard from my group. And there's going to be groups of 7, not groups of 5.
Well, do you
Perfectly
think
said.
maybe it's kind of being dumbed down? The information that we're getting
Mm-hmm.
is being dumbed down a little bit so that more people will pay attention and can understand, sort of,
Yes.
what's going to happen.
And I'm not claiming I know everything, but this is what I'm told, so I'm relaying this message out to you. When I'm relaying these messages out to everybody out here, I'm not doing it to be famous. I'm not doing it for money. I'm not doing it. I have nothing to gain from this. And I'm doing this because I'm inspired to do this, and they're telling me that I need to bring this to you people on this planet. It's not for me to gain anything. It's for you to gain. It's for you to take this knowledge and absorb it into you if you want to, if it resonates with you. You take this knowledge, and that knowledge will help you increase. You will be the better person that you are. Many people resonate with different people. That's cool. That's fine. But you have to listen within yourself. What resonates with you? What kind of being do you want to be when you ascend? When you go to heaven? Or when you, whatever you want to call it. When you go to heaven, you ascend, whatever it is. What kind of being do you want to be? Do you want to be that miserable person that just believe that one thing, or be that narrow-minded person, or be foolish and not realize what's going on around you? That's why I've always said that you need to open up your eyes and your heart and look at everything from a broader perspective. Because if you don't, you're going to look at things from one perspective, and you're going to perceive it in one way that might not necessarily be the truth at all. So I'm just saying that all these spiritual people need to be open-minded, because we all are spiritual people. We all just think differently, but we need to come together as one and stop this separation that's within inside of us. We're all spiritual beings trying to get to the same place. So why are we fighting over who does what, who knows what, who does this, who does that? The whole thing in a general thing is working together to help people ascend. You don't need to use your human side as to being greedy or wanting this or wanting that. You got to look at it from an objective point of view, as if I'm doing this for everybody else. If people want to donate to me, that's fine, that's great. It's not required. All this knowledge should be given to you freely, not paid for. And
Amen.
I've always agreed to that. We all need to work together as the spiritual beings we are. But you see a lot of spiritual people on here that want to push their agenda of money. I want this and I'll give you that. I'll give you this if you give me that. That's not how it should be. What it should be is what? I'm going to give you the knowledge. If you feel like you want to donate to me, cool. You feel like you want to gift me, that's cool. I'm not going to charge for information. I'll do free readings if I can. I will help anyone I can. Not for money, not for fame, not for ego. And a lot of people are ego driven. I'm not about that ego. I'm about helping every individual the best way I can by talking and helping. And that's what we need to do as spiritual beings.
Well, the thing that is making me the most uncomfortable, to be honest, and the thing that I've been really meditating on this last 5 or 6 days is the feeling I get of the sheeple. You know, there's hundreds of people that show up on these lives, and they don't understand what Christ consciousness is. Only thing they're hearing is they're going to have a new, improved body. They're going to get healing. They're going to be saved. And we don't need to be looking for a savior.
Yes,
We need to save ourselves and each other.
exactly.
And that's the thing that is bothering me. It's really, really bothering me a lot.
Yeah.
But you know something though, honey, if you don't may I Paul? May I Brim?
Oh, yeah, Brim,
Okay.
yes.
Honey, that's because and I know you know this. It's because they're not awakened yet, and that's what we're here to do, is help them awaken. Once we plant that seed, it's really up to them whether they're going to take that knowledge and help themselves awaken. But this lifetime is not for everybody to be awakened. Some people won't awake until their next lifetime, or maybe 3 down the road. You know, we have eternity to learn, you know, what we're supposed to learn.
Exactly.
And I do know that. I know that there will be people who will not choose to ascend because that's not their soul path.
Absolutely.
That's not what their soul chose when they chose this life. There are those of us who chose this life specifically to be here for this ascension.
Absolutely.
And we are here to give out information and guidance and support. And so when it gets to be kind of a sideshow of, you know, these people are gonna come save us, they're gonna come rescue us, they're gonna keep us safe, and we're gonna give you all these things. We're gonna give you a new body, we're gonna give you new health, we're gonna give you all these superpowers after you wake up.
The hardest thing that we have, because you have some people that's religious, you have some people that are spiritual, and you have some people that actually think religion is being spiritual. The hardest thing that we that are awakened have, the hardest job that we're going to have, is getting rid of the dogma, because some people have been raised their whole entire life believing certain things. I was one of them. And it's not until you become awakened and you take that chance to step outside of the box and say, hey, wait a minute, you know, I am divine. I can heal myself. I can do this. I am. And it's those 2 words, I am. You know, you just have to, once you get those words in your head, keep them there, don't let them go, and just know you are part of Christ consciousness. We all are, and we're able to do these things. And know it, see it, hear it, believe it, speak it, say it, whatever it is. But the hardest thing that we will have to do is help people overcome that dogma that they've lived their whole entire lives. Some will learn and some won't, you know, and if they don't, it's just not their time, you know, but eventually
and it's kind of like we're exchanging Jesus for space people.
Yes.
You know, they spent all their lives thinking Jesus was going to come back at a specific time to save everyone, and now we're switching over to the Galactics are going to come and save everyone, and so I think we're lacking in the teaching that we have to go within. We have to understand who we are. We have to remember who we are and
Mm-hmm.
make that clear. And so the things that I'm hearing on all the multiple social medias is there's a group of people that are still lined up in the human way of thinking where everyone has rank, and there's some that are chosen and some that are not for whatever reason, whoever chooses. And the people in charge are also ranked, where they sit at a certain place at the table and others don't. And that, and then they say that Jesus himself, Yeshua, is involved in these councils. And so the teaching that I'm tending to follow right now in my head and my spirit is more like what Tryon teaches, in that the ascended masters, the angelics, and some galactics are all working together to help us wake up. Not
Indeed, they are.
necessarily for a destination, not necessarily for us to be saved, but for us to learn how to save ourselves, not our bodies, ourselves, our souls.
Exactly, because even in these ancient tablets and scrolls and this and that, you see many writings that don't look to the gods for an answer or anybody else. Look within yourself. Everything we need anything we need in our lives is here on this planet. We can find all the answers we need on this planet. We have not yet even looked at all of this planet yet, and we're trying to get to the stars. That's doesn't make any sense, because why would you do that? Because humans just want to fast track everything. They don't want to take into account to learn. They just want to jump and and excel in a certain way, because that's how they think they want to do it. They want to rush, rush, rush. Instead, when it comes to spirituality and this and that, you have to take that time, look within yourself, explore your surroundings. Everything you need is here. If you want to ascend, it's right there in front of you. You don't need to go to the stars and look and have them come down here and help you, this and that. They're only there to guide you. They guide you in what you need to do.
Well,
And they show you what to do.
I
They're
watch
not
a lot of
come
that.
down here and do it for you.
I watch a lot of the Next Level Soul podcast, and he has so many different people come on that all have different gifts, I guess you'd say. And they channel all the different collectives. And very few of the collectives that are being channeled through these people that are all international. They're everywhere. And many of them are well known and have written many books and have channeled for a long time and are very strong channels. They're not mentioning any of this about going up in arcs in our bodies to be preserved and brought back and then healed.
Exactly.
They're talking about, they're spending more time talking about going within yourself and healing yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you need to be concentrated on, because I have this uncomfortable feeling that so many people are just latching on to the idea that, the galactics are all going to, yes, they're showing up. Yes, we're seeing them in the skies. Yes, they're all here. They're all watching us, because this is a very momentous time for us. But I don't, and yes, we're going to have disclosure. But I don't know that it's healthy for everybody to be thinking we don't have to do anything to change ourselves because we're going to be saved.
The only ones that can save anybody is saving yourself first. It's the same thing with love. You can't love somebody if you don't love yourself. It all goes back to you. It always goes back to you. No matter what it is, it comes back to you. You want these magic abilities. You want those abilities. You don't need to look to a magical channeler or a magical being in space to give you these powers. You have those powers always. You
But
always have these abilities.
it's a lot more work to go get
Yes.
them yourself than it is for somebody to just bestow them upon you.
Yes. And
Because
when
you're
you do that,
favored for some reason.
yeah, and when you do that work, you know how to use them, you know how to cherish them, you know how they completely work. If you're given these abilities and they were just a handout, you wouldn't know what the hell to do with them.
Oh,
You'd be
you
lost
would
and
go cuckoo.
confused.
Yes, yes, you would go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
You would be completely bonkers.
Yes.
And now people ask why. Why don't I remember my past lives? If you remembered every one of your past lives, your life here would be pointless because you'd be a raging maniac. The only reason why you remember certain parts of a past lives is because that's what's needed for this life that you're living now. All of those past lives are helping you and guiding you in this life.
I
And that's
mean,
why it said,
you're integrating some of the
yes.
lessons that you learned in the past
Mm-hmm.
because you've reached that level within yourself to be able to obtain that memory and use it, correct?
Exactly. And also, when you have these dreams and you have these, people said, I have these dreams in a past life, I was a goat or I was this. They're not pointless and they're not meaningless at all. There's a meaning behind every single one of your dreams. And that is that you need to change something within yourself and adjust. You're given that knowledge from a past life for a reason. That's why you need to listen to some of those dreams and see what the real meaning is. And if you need to get an interpreter to do it, you can pick up a book, resonate with it, communicate with Gaia, and you'll figure out the answer. And the answers are always within inside of you.
Mm. Well, we do need guides like you, though, Grim, because,
Yes.
I have tons and tons of questions.
Yes.
And, that's what I do is I read all the time. I listen all the time. And I need help to put it all together. And that's why I want Yaya to be very safe. But I want her to get her ass home so she can get up here because I have questions. There's
we're all,
so many questions I have after this week of contemplation.
and we're all destined for a good future if you choose that by your free will. It's their free will to listen to the words of spirituality, and it's their choice not to. Some are going to be lost. Some of these family members that were told that they're going to go up in a ship with you, they might not because it's not their path. They choose not to do that. It's not.
We can't make them, right?
Yeah, we can't make them. We can't force them. It's all upon themselves, Every
Well,
person is accountable for themselves. We each have that little seed of free will. That's what makes you human. It gives you that free will to do the right or do the wrong. Whatever
and
you do.
and then I hear these people panicking because they're saying, "Well, I'm not going to go if it means I can't leave my grandson, I can't leave my husband, I can't leave my kids, I can't leave my dog," which I think is weird. But anyway, not the people, the dog. But just thinking about how frightened everybody is right now because of
It-
all the murmurings, all the talk, all the promises that are being made, and the explanations that are kind of half-assed.
and that's because people are they're installing this fear, and what you need to do is let go of that fear. That fear is going to cause you to be it's going to hinder you in a lower vibration, and then you're just going to be living in fear. Do you want to live in fear, or do you want to live in peace and harmony? You have to let that fear go.
But how do we communicate that to these people that we see growing so desperate? Because I know that, and you know that, Heather knows it, everybody knows it that's in here right now. We all know that. But we're hearing others teaching all these other things with such authority. They're going out there with their full chest and saying these things that we know are not completely true. So how do we break that barrier?
We break that barrier by showing them by example and by actions on how we can show love. Even if they're doing bad, we have to show them that love. You know, we can't, they got that free will and they have that love, and we have to show them by our actions, not just our words, because when they see that we're doing something positive, they might possibly do the same thing. Again, it's their free will to do that or not. It's like I was saying, somebody the other day asked about love and love and love. And I said, well, you can't love anybody if you don't love yourself, because when you love yourself, you'll have that peace and tranquility within inside of yourself. And those people will radiate towards you, not away from you. And that in turn, you will get that love that you are seeking, because that person's attracted to you by the spiritual way, not by your looks and how you are. When you radiate that love and energy out to the world, you're giving on to them. And when they feel that, they're going to go, wow, that person changed. That person was bad or was misled at that one time. But look, he's changed or she's changed. I want to be like that. And they're going to gravitate to you, and they're going to listen to what you're saying with that love that we have for each other.
When you're putting out that
We have to live by
positivity,
examples.
when you're putting out that positivity to people, that's what you're going to get back in return.
Yes.
If you're
Right.
putting out negativity, you're going to get nothing but negativity back in
Mm-hmm.
return. People
Exactly.
that,
But when we try to correct some of the things we hear that we know are not true,
but
we're
if
viewed
you're
as
coming,
negative.
if you're going up against a person, let's say that has a spiritual ego, having a spiritual ego is just as bad as having a human ego, because you're
Right.
putting out there that you know everything when no, we don't know everything. We have eternity to learn everything, and then we're still not going to know everything. People that like Brim is saying, you have free will. Everybody on this planet has free will. You can go down, you can open up the right door, let's say, or you can open up the left door. If you're going through the right door, then you are choosing to ascend with Christ consciousness, in Christ consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
If you go through that other door, you possibly could be saying, hey, guess what? I'm going to hold on to those material things. I'm not talking about animals or babies. Those two things are of God's most purest. They are of Source's most purest. They are a spirit no different than you or I. You have to be the earth, the wind, the air, the fire. You have to be all that before, and then you're going to become, and your spirit's going to take on what it's like to be an animal, a tree, a flower, a piece of grass, an ant. Everything that's on this planet is a being. They have a spirit. We are here now in human form. So with Brim saying we have that free will, we do. It's what you choose to do with it. If you choose to stay earthbound because you're attached to, the third realm of having, material possessions. I want money, I want fame, I want fortune, I want to rule the world, I want to have the best of everything. That's your choice. If you've become awakened in your soul and your spirit realizes, hey, wait a minute, all of this is absolute nonsense. We're, what you need to remember is we are spiritual beings living a human life, and this is what we're waking up to. We're not human beings living a spiritual adventure.
I don't know that maybe I'm not communicating very well. I mean, I know all of those things. And I was in a situation earlier, before, and when I talked to my guides about it, they just kind of laughed and said, well, are you having fun? And that's when it snapped me.
Absolutely.
it snapped me out of it and made me realize I was doing something rather foolish, and I got out of it myself.
With the
But
dogma of religion, honey, with the dogma of religion and certain things, certain aspects of life that people just can't jump over, they can't get through because it's been instilled since you were a child. It's kind of no different, when you hear about, child abuse kids being told their whole entire life, you're nothing, you're never going to amount to anything when they grow up. What do they become? They amount to nothing, and they feel they're nothing. So to even, I mean, I don't want to say it would take a miracle to get somebody out of that, but it would be very tough to try to make them feel anything other than what they do, because it's what they have become. You look in the mirror, or you just tell yourself every day, I'm beautiful, I'm amazing. It's what you're going to feel.
yeah,
And
but
some people,
I'm just concerned for all of the people who are just now trying to wake up, and they're being led to this direction of the same old
want to
thing,
try
just
to
a
help.
different savior. Does that make sense? And I don't know how to express my concern and help, because I feel like people are being misled, and I want to help, and I don't know if anything I can do, you know.
You know, too, honey, we feel so strongly because we were misled before. So we know what it's like to be misled. But I think everybody in their own time will realize it's all inside of yourself. It's okay to look elsewhere for help. But at some point in time, it does hit you that, wow, I know this, I can do this, I can learn this, I can do it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And if I need help, there are certain people that
You can
we
trust.
know we can go to. Yes, and that takes time. Because look, it took me time, you time, all of us time to build relationships to where we feel safe with each other. You know, and that meant going through some negative to get to the positive. You know, and I think everybody has their own path, and we can help those people we see as best we can. But like we all know, everybody's got their own path. You
They all
know?
have their own path. Like they all have their own path, and we can't go on and change the past because we have to learn from the past. What was that we learned? What was that made us change? What made you evolve into another being that you are now? Because you learned from that past experience. We don't want to live in that past experience. You want to ascend up into the higher realm. So you take that learning that we had in that experience or in other experiences, not just pointing out that one. You had all those experiences within your life. You take that and you take the positive and take that in. You take that negative, whatever was negative, let that go. Let that negative go. Transmute it into the universe because it's no longer needed. Your body is your vessel. You are that pure light. If you want to remain in that pure light, you don't want to dwell in past things that were negative. You want to think to the future where things are more positive, where everything's a brighter future. And how you want to teach those people is by sharing your experiences, showing that love. The smallest little act of kindness goes a long way. Like, you could help a homeless man outside. He could go help somebody that goes and helps somebody. And that alone would, you've done changed how many lives you don't even know about. It could be in it. It could be millions of people that you might have changed just by that one little act. And just because you have that one person, you're that one voice, you don't think you're heard. You are that one voice. You are heard by giving off that energy, either being positive or negative. Some of those negative people, like I said before, are meant to be here to help us ascend into the higher level. Just because a lot of people think a certain way of a certain group of people doesn't mean that we have to live in that, you know? We learn and we take that in so we can grow and be better.
Well, when I hear these things, you know, I want to climb through the screen and say, "Stop it! Stop telling them that. That's not true." And
I
I know I'm in my spiritual ego when I'm doing that, but that's how I freaking feel. It's like, stop it.
uh,
Stop Stop telling people they cannot help themselves, that they have to look somewhere else.
I totally agree with that, and I have a hard time with that. You know, there was certain things that bug me about certain individuals that follow certain things, but I can't change them. It's frustrating to me, but I can't change them. They have to make the decision themselves. And it's real. I get where you're coming from, but at the same point, you can't keep using that energy towards them. If they're not going to understand, then they're not going to grow. So instead of focusing your energy on that one or a group of people, put it out to the rest of the world. If they're not going to listen, it's not their time to listen. Maybe if you're instead of focusing all that energy in that one group of people, or you need to expand it out to the universe. There's more people out there. Like the old saying goes, that the needs of the many exceed the needs of the few. You help where you can. You like this person right here. Rise up.
Yeah.
Rise up. Be that person you are. You can't focus on one group because it might not be their time at all.
Yeah.
And I know it's frustrating, but that's part of you that has to say, well, I tried, but it must not be their time yet. And like one spiritual leader that I heard and seen, he was focused on one person instead of the whole group of people that needed help. And I sat and I thought about that for a moment, and I was like, well, I came on this live and I just got an epiphany. I said, well, you're sitting there, you're focusing all your energy on that one person when there's hundreds that need that help.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, why am I doing that? That's pointless. It's foolish. Why? I could be helping other people. If it's not their time, it's not their time. So I get where you're coming from, because I know a lot of people do that. They mislead the people. All I can
Can I
help
just say,
is
Brim, not to interrupt you, but I'll tell you, honey, like that situation we were in together. I got warned in the beginning, but did I listen? No. You know what I mean? I had to experience that. I had to for some reason. And no matter what anybody said to me, my own family said things to me, people said things to me, I was like, nope. I thought I knew what I was doing. And it took me, myself, and I to understand and realize, wow, maybe this isn't right.
Well, it took my guides laughing at me to make me take another look. And I thought, why are they laughing at me? That makes no sense. And then I got it. They were laughing at me. They were like, yeah, well, are you having fun? Are you learning anything? And so I had to stop and think, what are they trying to tell me? And I had to spend that time in myself to make my decision,
Yeah, but you see, that took you your time. You had to figure out on your own face. Then we have these others that may go into a similar situation, the same situation, whatever, different, but almost the same.
I just want to help if I can.
I do too. Oh, of course, we all do. But that's what we're here. We're here to say, hey, we're here if anybody has any questions, you need any help. If we see someone having to be misled at the wrong time, we can always DM them and say, hey, how you doing? Just wanted to see how you were doing, how you getting along, and and try to lead them on the right way. That's all we
Uh,
can do.
exactly. All we can do is guide. You can't force anybody to make a choice because that impedes on their free will. Like somebody was talking about, oh, well, the love part, and I'm like, well, you can't force anybody to love you. You can't do it. It's just not going to happen. Love is going to come to you no matter what it is, and it might be not at that moment. It might be 4 years down the line. When you're when you're
The next
when
life.
your soul and your heart is ready, then you will throw out that energy, and that person will come to you, not go and try to seek them out, because that's not going to work. Whenever you try to seek something out, it doesn't work. You have to be within yourself and let it come to you. Then you know it's the right thing to do.
Hmm.
That goes in anything.
There's just so many things about, this situation that I'm in now that are so appealing to me that 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 I resonate with. But then there are so many things about it that do not resonate with me at all. And I get my alarms go up, and I'm thinking that doesn't sound right. That's wrong. And so then I go, yeah, Yaya's here. Um, so then I have to go off and try to figure out why my alarms are going off.
I,
But
I,
I so much of there is a lot of that does resonate.
Because you know instinctively what is right and what is wrong, honey. So that's your discernment telling you something's not right.
And
That's,
it really
that's
is.
that.
It's it's been really loud lately. Um, and I'm just trying to muddle through it, I guess, and I just feel responsible, I suppose. I'm a Virgo. I feel responsible for hurting people around into the right direction. I can't help that. I've done that all my life. But I just feel helpless some days. Helpless.
Oh, honey.
You're my sweet Loretta. I've been thinking about you
Hey,
all day.
hi, honey. I hear you. I feel your heart. You're gonna make me cry.
I'm almost there. I'm almost
Yeah,
trying. I just, there's so many things about what you and I are working on,
yeah,
and there's just so many. There's flags in that for me, Loretta,
yeah.
that I'm really feeling the last 2 weeks. The teachings that are being taught right now don't feel right to me. Some of it. Some of it
There,
does. Some of it does. It does
yeah.
resonate with me, and I and I'm, but some of it just
That's
doesn't.
that's because of your spiritual growth. Your intuitiveness is speaking to you and is telling you something. It's telling you this isn't right. It's I've had to come to an understanding with a certain room, and I really, really wanted, you know what? It was unicorn poop and sparkles, and it sounded absolutely fascinating. But you know what? You forget to use your critical thinking skills.
Hmm.
I forgot to use my critical thinking skills. And our guides, our angelic guides, whatever guides we have helping us, the biggest spiritual lesson is they're telling us to go within. And we have to keep going within. And the deeper we go within, there's magic in there that happens for us. And I've personally been experiencing it in the last 2 weeks. It's
Which, yeah,
absolute
it's been 2 weeks
magical.
that it's been the last 2 weeks that I've just been really questioning a lot. And I've just been muddled, thinking and meditating and asking and trying to discern. I mean, I
Yeah.
even went off on my poor old husband today. It wasn't his fault, and I just chewed him a new one for literally nothing. And
Yeah.
he's still sitting in there all hurt over it. And that's my fault because I just want to be by myself so I can think this through.
Yeah. It's consuming. It's very
And
consuming.
see, and that's sad because that energy that was thrown out from that
That
room
too.
and that group of people, it affected you, and you tossed out that negative energy to him by mirroring that. Whatever that was that affected you affects him now, and see, that's not what we need to do. We need to show that love even when somebody's negative to us. We kind of got to turn the other cheek and take that negativity, transmute it into a positive, and learn from that lesson.
Well, I'll be nice to him tomorrow. But anyway, the thing is that there's so much about my group that I love. I love every person in there. I think they're genuine in how they think and what they're trying to do. I just don't know that what's leading them is correct. I think that what
Bingo.
is guiding them right now is being deceiving.
I hate to tell you that, honey. Um, I hate to come to that kind of realization about that because there is a lot of people in that room that are looking for the wrong thing. They're looking for a savior. They're
Yes,
looking for someone to come get them.
yes,
If this is the room with the teams,
yes.
you know what put me in my own space going, if they already exist in our reality, if they already exist in my reality,
Uh-huh.
why do I have to be a leader of a team to bring them into the reality? They're
Exactly.
already
Thank you.
here.
Yeah.
They're already
That's what I
Exactly.
here.
wanted to hear.
And that's what
Not
I've been thinking about all week.
not all of
And
see. I'm
well,
sorry.
not all of them. You're right, Grim. You're correct. Not all of them,
And a
but
lot
the
of
ones.
people want to say they're chosen. I really freaking hate that term. I'm an ascended master. I am chosen. I'm so tired of hearing that bull crap. We're all
Yeah.
equal. We are all chosen. The only difference between a chosen and the other and the other spiritual people is we have unique abilities that are different from theirs. We've grown in those abilities, which sets us apart from them to use them in a different, maybe leadership, if you want to call it. But we are all the same. It doesn't matter if you're the Almighty King. It doesn't matter if you're a master, a ascended master from Cucamonga, or I'm speaking to Jesus on a ship, or I'm speaking to ask somebody command, or it doesn't matter. What matters is we're all equal, and we all have to show that love and compassion for everybody
Yeah.
else. No
Yeah.
one person is better than another.
Yeah.
We
Right.
all
Yeah.
have
We're
those
all unique
abilities.
and we all have our own unique, I guess you'd call them specialties.
Yeah,
We have,
Absolutely.
specialties.
it's the same thing and like in medicine, which is, I've been in healthcare all my life. We're all there to do the same thing. We just chose a different way to deliver the care. And,
Ex-
it would
exactly.
make us a better, medical team person because we were this or because we were that. We're all doing the same thing. But I'm frustrated, Loretta, in that I
I
don't
know.
feel like I can help. I want to help. I want to give guidance, and
I
nobody wants to hear it.
Well, I think there's a way, and it's done with the unconditional love, because there's going to be a time is going to run out on a certain situation. But if we still, I don't go in that room all the time, but I make an appearance. I don't make a scene. I give loving support, because if you sit back and you listen to a lot of them, they're 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 kind of lost. They're kind of desperate. And when we come to a certain point in our awakening journey, we come to these epiphanies, and there's not so much in that room. That room is bleeding into another room. And what's really sad is in that room, there's hundreds of people. But if you've noticed, that certain energy in the other room has been pulling back from that room.
Yes, some have. Yes.
Somehow the universe.
They've been PMing me, some of them, for individual questions on other things, other situations, that they feel like I could maybe give them advice on or help them with. And I'm happy to do that. And I'm so glad that they are, taking advantage of the fact that I'm willing to do and ready to give the information that they want.
Yeah.
But I don't want to appear to be getting crosswise, and saying,
I think the beautiful thing about spirit is when you speak up, spirit speaks up with you and protects you. I think you're given the divine words and what to say and how to say them when these people come before you. It's almost hate to say that word, divine timing.
Yeah.
But divine timing is a beautiful thing. And
maybe it's me, but I look at it from a different point of view. I do look at it from that point of view, but there's also another way I perceive this, another perspective, I'd rather say, that these people that go into those rooms, they probably wouldn't have heard it anyway. They wouldn't have just pushed it off. But now she or he or they are introducing them to that light and that level of spiritual awareness. So when they get to that point, they're going to realize this doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
And that seed was planted inside of them. And what are they going to do? They're going to seek out those that resonate with them. See, it's not completely negative. It's kind of positive in a way that they experience that, and they're going to grow and learn from that, and they're going to change.
Yeah.
And they're going to find people that are going to resonate with them.
Well, I love everyone in that room so intensely. That smaller group, I love them so very much, and it hurts my heart to see them so misled. When I know that what's being said is just not true.
Yeah.
But that's coming from both those rooms. And I don't mean to hurt nobody because I'm all about love. But I will tell you, ever since that situation I was in, I have an issue right now because my guides, angels, whatever you want to call them, are so protective of me that I can't go in a room now without seeing the truth.
Yeah.
I can't just go to have fun anymore. I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to. And I know the truth of these rooms now. So even if I go sit for a few minutes and listen, I don't ever put anybody down for their beliefs or what they're doing. I listen to whatever here or there, but I know the truth inside of myself, and I know in both those rooms, it's not all real. It's not all coming to the truth. It's just not, and that's just how it is. You know what I mean? And the people who are there, they're gonna have to see for themselves, just like you did, just like I do, just like everybody else does in their own way.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of that old group, I know where you're coming from, honey, because I feel the same way about a certain group that I do love those people, but I do not like the actions.
But these people I'm talking about, Brim, these people are not intentional the way those other people were.
Yes.
The people I'm talking about that
Mm-hmm.
need our help, that look to Loretta and me and a couple of others for wisdom, they are truly lost. They don't know what to do, where to go, and they're just looking out of desperation. Wouldn't you say, Loretta?
Yes, they
Yeah,
are. I know
they
what
are.
you're talking about, and I agree with you. They're
And
lost, and
it
they're
breaks
looking.
me that
Yeah.
Don't let it break you. Let it get strength from it, because you're gonna have to have the strength. You're gonna have to have the
See,
strength
when
for
things
many.
fall, like you guys said, when things fall apart and timing doesn't play out to what the timing's supposed to be,
Yeah,
there's going to be many people looking to
yeah,
what happened. Why did I believe this? And they're going to need people there to help them to
yeah.
understand it's okay. It was an experience you went through, you know,
And who
and
I
were
you're going
got
to
there?
grow from it. You're going to grow from it, you know?
yeah.
And who is there? We were there. We experienced that, so we can help them.
There you
That's
go.
probably
well,
why
we had to
we went.
help each other first.
Exactly. We went through that
Yes.
experience, yes, and we had to help ourselves too, yes. But on the other side of the coin, now we're there to help them,
Yeah.
like you're
Yeah,
doing
honey,
right now.
like you will know how when they come to you because of the stuff we've all been through, we know how to help each other people when they come to us now. You know?
Yeah. Well, and I want to stay in that vicinity because I want them to continue to DM me and ask me advice on other things
Yeah,
that are
But
going
like
on.
Yaya said, you can make an appearance, to know that you're still there. You don't have to stay for the whole thing. Just, make your appearance, show your love and support, and just to let them know you're still there.
because in the long
And
run,
you don't have
spirit
to,
knows.
that's all, honey.
Spirit knows where your heart is. It's not hypocritical going in there at all. Um, I don't go in and gift anymore. I I I kick I no, I don't say I said I lied. I do a little bit, but I don't. It bothers me.
Yeah.
It infuriates me when I started. It was starting to really bother me. So I backed off for a little while. But then spirit, I was told that forgiveness is key, unconditional love, and and that's where I stand. I'm not gonna. I don't condone it. Period. But I
But
will
see, there comes a
unconditionally
difference
love.
of unconditional love, helping, and then somebody taking advantage. There's a difference.
Well, but you can't. If you give, you give.
Yeah, you can't put conditions on your giving. They're
You
gonna do
can't.
what
Yeah.
you give it, and now it's
Yeah,
theirs.
but I'm
You can do
saying
whatever they want.
I don't mean it that way. I mean, once you've given it, it's already done and given.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, if you see that now, you don't have to continue to give. Is what I mean. You know what I mean? I don't mean to
I
like.
got. Oh, I got you.
You
I
know what I'm saying? Yeah,
understand.
I don't mean like. I don't regret anything I've done for people, and I've done stuff for people where I'm like, why did I do that for them? But now I'm like, I don't care that I did it for them. Once you give it
Right.
to somebody, you give it to them.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
But there's
Well,
people
and
I know better now that no, I will not
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I am told no, you're not, no more. You know,
that's what I'm
and
doing,
that's okay
hoping that
too.
is I'm I'm
Let me
asking
address
Spirit is telling me what to do.
Soul Healer. Let me address Soul Healer in the chat.
Okay.
I'm very aware of what you're saying, and thank you for what you said. But I'm very aware of multi dimensions and going. I'm very aware of what you're saying. And thank you.
We all are.
Thank you for bringing the awareness.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, and that's what I'm doing is I'm using my discernment and I'm waiting for my guides. And when my guides say do it, I will. And if they
Yeah.
say not this time, then I won't.
Yeah.
But the thing that most concerns me is the lost. The ones
I don't
that
think
are
they'll
just
be
lost.
lost for long.
And that's why we're
I-
the shepherds. We herd them
Yeah.
together into the light and be
Yeah.
one collective.
Honey,
It
when
take
that happened with us, who did we fall to? We fell to each other, right?
Right.
When we needed someone because we were lost. And
Yeah.
I know when I was upset, I could message Honey and you'd listen to me. I could message Rachel and she would listen to me. I could message Jennifer, you know?
Yeah.
And we all have stuck together still. We're all still part of each other still. We all still love each other. There's only a couple of them out there that we don't have anything to do with, but the most part, we all still are together. We still love one another,
Yeah,
you know?
Sharon and everybody, Mel, everybody, we're all still pretty close. But yeah, Loretta, I was thinking about you all day long. It was like I
Aw.
had to talk to her because it was like I woke up this morning knowing because I
Okay.
spent days and days just meditating and thinking and asking and trying to discern. And then I thought, well, maybe I'm trying too hard, but I just knew. Today I knew.
Yeah.
I just knew.
Yeah. And you know what? Thank universe for that. Thank source for that. That energy that came in the last 2 days. Lord love a duck.
I know.
It was any denseness that we had in us, anything that we had that was not serving us, it was bringing it up. It was pushing it out of us. Why does it do that?
It just fell out of me.
Yeah. And you thank you, and it feels good when it happens. It does. When you finally have that aha moment, it's like, okay, finally. Because the whole time, you're back and forth, you're wishy-washy. You're going, okay, well, maybe. And then you're worried that if they're really seeing this and it sounds good, well, you know what? Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You, Brim, Hope, pretty phenomenal people. What is not phenomenal about us that is so phenomenal about one? Now, hear me out. I'm not trying to be almighty, but we have worked so hard on ourselves and our journey and our path. We are very loving, giving human beings. And we are absolutely becoming a crystalline body because we are taking care of ourselves. We are doing what we know what serves us the best. We ground, we meditate, we go within. And it absolutely is the most profound way on my journey that's been serving me the 100%. And like I was saying, that's where the magic happens with spirit. The more you keep going within, the more you keep asking, and the more you keep being that change you want to see, your reality becomes absolutely magnificent. And you can speak freely because you don't have anything in the closet to hide anymore. I don't have anything to hide. I am what I am, sitting in this room today.
Yeah.
I don't, and now, what a good monkey to get off your back. Now you gain your power and you hold space. We hold space.
And like you say, Yaya, too, my other thing to this is not like, and I don't mean this in the wrong way either. Brim and you and me and Honey and many, many more are just as beautiful to have all these experiences. And if the beings are going to come here and visit, they're going to visit many. Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's not just going to be 5 people. Okay,
Absolutely.
it's not. They're not only going to be. There's not only going to be 5 people, and decisions are made. Who else gets to go by those 5 people?
And you
And
know what? It's gonna like I said, time's gonna come. Time's gonna run out. Time will have an exhaustion, and that's the critical thinking part. That you know, disclosure's gonna happen. December's gonna happen. Valentine's Day's gonna come. And that's where we pick up our dustpans and sweeping the people together, knowing that letting them know that nothing's wrong with them, that they're beautiful, that they went through an experience, and how much did they learn from it, and how much do they know, how much did you grow from this, what do you know what to look for next time. It's a huge learning. We came here for this. We came here for this.
And that comes into the topic of tonight too. What does all of this have in common? A church, werewolves, vampires, fairy tales, space beings. What do they all have in common? How does this relate to what you're talking about now? Does anybody have an idea? How about you, Yaya?
What does it have in common with us?
Yeah.
It's
What do all of those things have in common? A church, a dragon, unicorns, fairy tales, vampires, werewolves. What is all in space beings? What is all that? In existence, yes. What else?
History.
History. They're all forms of magic, abilities, beings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Spiritual.
Yeah.
And when you're a kid, you have imagination.
Yeah.
And you think about all of them. But when you grow up in society, they try to crush that. Why?
Because
Well, if you can't imagine, you can't manifest, you can't create.
That's right.
And what are we?
Creators.
Magical being, creators.
Exactly. So this is how it all fits in the topic, in case anybody was wondering. As I was trying to go the other time before, I was executed off TikTok for a bit, that it all relates to the same thing. That all of those beings all are magic and different kinds of magic that are inside of us. We are the creators. We can manifest all of that. Nothing in the human mind has not been thought of before. You can change, like Soul said, you can change anything. You can create anything. Just change your energy to a different form. Which brings me back to a dragon thing. You don't mind, I hope.
Yeah.
It's just a short story here.
It is your life.
Well, it's our live, because this live, you guys are the heartbeat to the live. It's not just my live, it's your live. You guys are the heartbeat to the live. That's what makes it so important. I'm not going to call it a show. I'm not going to sit here light fireworks off. It's not a show. It's a live where we're communicating, and we're a heartbeat. We're the heartbeat of the soul collective. I'm a heartbeat.
I thought you called me a heartbeat. Stop it.
We're the heartbeat of the soul of the collective, and we want to show that love. But I'm going to tell you a short story here. There was once this person that asked me about their dragon. Me, being the dragon I am, wanted to help this individual with a dragon. I knew who the dragon was from the get-go. I hope he knows where I'm going, but just don't say anything, okay? Well,
You're so cute.
well, yeah, I guess. Thank you. But there was this dragon, and this person wanted to help with their dragon. So I helped this person in a meditation. They meditated. They went and seen their dragon. They said, well, I don't see the dragon. I don't see the dragon. I don't see a spirit guide. I'm like, well, what you need to do is go to that quiet place by the ocean. You'll see a beach with a bonfire. You sit there or stand there in the water, whatever you prefer. You resonate with that area. And when you resonate with that area, you start your energy and start, if you start feeling your surroundings, like listening to Mother Gaia within yourself, you'll hear the ocean, you might hear the wind or feel the wind, this and that. And when you do that, when you want your dragon, you will manifest it through the energy within inside of you. Whatever spirit guide that you need, whatever guide that you ever need, a dragon, a wolf, whatever energy that comes out of you and it manifests into that being, that is your spirit guide. That is your dragon. That is your person you can ask questions to. That's how you find your spirit guide, no matter if it's a human, a being, or a wolf, or dragon, a leopard, a tiger, whatever it is. That energy comes from inside of you. It's a part of you that manifests into this being that you're relating to. And I said that this dragon, if you want this dragon, you have to manifest the dragon with your energy. She sat there, she manifested a beautiful white dragon. It had shimmery scales, it had blue and red down the neck. Very beautiful. I seen it because I was there and I couldn't believe I was seeing the person do this. They manifested this beautiful dragon, golden horns. And she's like, well, how do I merge? How do I talk to it? And I told her, I was like, you know, when you go up to this dragon, well, what's the dragon's name? I was like, well, what you do is you hold you go close to the dragon. First, you put your hand out. See if it sniffs your hand and you get closer. You get closer to that dragon, it'll sniff your hand, might lick you, it might rub its head up against you like that. And then within doing that, you have connected to the dragon. You see what I'm saying? You're connecting to your own energy that manifested into a dragon. So it's a part of you. So then when you bond with the dragon, you take your forehead and you put your forehead to the dragon and you will then be connected and bonded. And there you go. That is how you would summon your dragon. Or could be a wolf. I've helped people with that. And essentially what I'm saying is the energy that you're putting out that you want help with, it will transform into a guide that's going to help you. And when your energy is, when you have this huge dragon and you relate to the dragon, but you feel that your energy was tainted or you lowered your vibration, whatever animal that is, it's going to shrink down. It's going to shrink your energy. Instead of it being a big dragon, your dragon might go back into an egg. It might be a tiny little dragon because you lost some of that energy because you focused it somewhere else, or that energy's tainted and you must go in and fix that energy to be that powerful being you are, because all these beings and all these guides are part of you. It's part of your spirit. The higher your energy is, the best spirit guides you're going to get. The best energy you're going to get. The best response you're going to get from your guides. The less energy you put out, the smaller it's going to get. When you rely on a human to give you answers, that diminishes the vibration, the energy inside of you. It diminishes you. That's why you should look in. Become the greater being you are. An atom. If you look at what an atom is, it has a small nucleus in an atom, and you got everything spinning around it. Think about that.
Right.
Anybody?
It's energy. We're all energy, all of us.
Mm-hmm.
and we're the energy we make. We create our energy to be what it needs to be for us.
So when you're not hearing your spirit guides, you're not getting that big dragon anymore. You're not hearing that wolf or that panther or that tiger. You're not hearing them. That's because you can't hear them because you lowered your vibration, which you want the best out of it. You want to higher your vibration. Be more within yourself and look to yourself. Don't look to the heavens for an answer. Don't look for a spiritual being for the answer. You look within inside yourself.
I think I got distracted, with the illusion of, oh my gosh, this is so fascinating, this is so exciting. I think I got distracted, and then my energy, I believe my energy went down. And that's why I had to spend the last 3 weeks working so hard to get this answer that I just got today. And it kind of pisses me off at myself.
Oh, don't get pissed off at yourself. I got distracted.
We
I
all
got
get
distracted as well.
We all get distracted. We all fall short. But our thing is, we have to learn from that.
Yeah.
How do we fix that? How do we learn? How can we apply this to our life to be better? Everything's a stepping stone for everybody. Everybody has their own separate journey, but we're all on a journey together.
This is how I see it. No matter what we go through in our past, once I realize it's not happening to me, it happens for me.
Exactly.
No matter what I did, no matter what I experienced, no matter what I went through, there was a reason for it. And once I realized that, things got a lot clearer.
You know what? Something I put myself in check with quite a bit is we know when you go to the other side, when you cross over, there's a life review. And in that, hi Rod, hi sweetie, in that life review, you feel everything that you have ever done to anyone in that past life. Meaning, does that make sense so far?
Yes, totally. I've had that experience a couple of times where I felt everything all at once.
So when I now have that experience, say in that other room, I put myself in that moment and I'm going, I don't want to make anyone feel abandoned. I don't want to make anyone feel hurt. I want to help elate them as much as I can.
You want to empower them.
I want to empower them. So by being I'll be in the bleachers. I'll always be around. But that gives an essence of me being in their existence. Not there for any, I don't, accolades, no nothing, but I'm going to be there when they come around, when they wake up. And, that's, thank you. And, I read that wrong. I need to put on my other glasses. I cracked myself up. But I found that to be such a special tool when I get put into compromising positions or situations that I'm like, what would I do? Okay, if I was on the other side, how would I judge myself? And it always brings me to a better place. It brings me to an answer. And I'm really hoping that the ones in charge of that room, I think she's having a slight awakening, but I don't think she knows how to relate to it to others. And I think she's going to try to be a little tricky in working it around. And, you know, hi, Barbara, sweetie. So that might be the one who needs the biggest picking up.
Well,
Might
and
need
I
to.
think she is being misled.
I think she. Yeah, I truly believe that there's some things in her reality out there. If it had so many beautiful beings watching over her, and the Watchers and the Golden Ship and blah 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 blah, that wouldn't exist in her reality. That would not exist.
And I've been trying to
It,
tell her that.
well, she's. I love the old saying. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And you know,
And
and
maybe
it's
I'm not
like
the one
too.
that's going to get through.
I didn't hear you, honey.
Maybe I'm not the one that's going to get through.
Maybe not. Who knows? It could. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I just know to do what I can as a spiritual being with and still grow myself
Yeah.
the best way I can to be a better tool for those. I am. You know, I don't mean to take anything away from you, Brim. I'm going to have another Yaya on the 2nd, and I'm going to kind of speak about this because there's been quite a few showing up, and I honor how I am looked up to. It humbles me every time that people really um, honor what I have to say, and I have to. I was instructed by Spirit to speak up, but I have to be very diplomatic about it, and be very. I'm not going to say names and point fingers, but I will bring it up, and those who know. Those who have the ears will hear. Those who don't, won't. And it because right now is go time. Right now is such an important time that we need to evolve. We need to become even stronger. We need to become everything we came here to be, because we are going to be needed. So many need us.
Yeah.
So many.
And all we can do is empower them with spirit and light, and hopefully that they will see the true understanding
Yeah.
and get the true understanding. All we can do is empower and love them with that unconditional love until they're ready.
Yeah.
I think they will in their own time, you know? It's like everybody's got their own paths. And when you finally see the light, you're like, wow, you know? And you do it on your own, just like honey, you know? You had to take some time to go in. And that was what you had to do, you know?
You had to do it.
And we all go through those moments where we have to just go within ourselves and realize what's really going on.
Right before I came on, you guys, this is so weird. I was writing down a whole bunch of lists of things starting from my childhood all the way up to my present. And I was realizing, you know, friendship, kindness, love, sadness, and just going through all of that. And I just was thinking to myself that, you know, I'm 51 years old. It's taken me this long just to realize I am who I am. I've always been this most outgoing person, outgoing to everyone. Like behind my family, I'll be walking like 20 feet and I'll end up with another family and just talk to them, get to know their whole life story and feel just enlightened. And then always shunned down by others that were close to me saying, why are you like that? Why are you like that? Why are you so outgoing to these other people? And I just always thought I was changing part of who they were too. And sometimes I'd leave with a friendship, a really good friendship. And then today I was picking up my daughter and I'm a substitute teacher. And this is the only place I usually work is because it's at her school, her junior high. And I looked at that school today and said, I am not going to work here anymore. And then the other day I subbed with the handicapped children, and they really liked me. Usually nobody likes me at any school I work at, even though I'm a great person and all the kids love me. Um, they called up the school building today and said, we want Lisa to be our full-time teacher that will give me enough money to make me live, make my husband happy, that we can go on vacations and help the kids out because they're going through, their teenage years. And they said they want me, they like me, and they want me to work full-time for the whole year. Wow. And I'm like, I told that school today, no, I don't want to work at you anymore. And that was like the only school I worked at. So I gave opportunity to this new building and this new adventure. I mean, after 51 years and after 12 years of raising my children, I just started going back to work and was like, everybody's like, what's your purpose? What's your purpose? What's your purpose? And I said to them that I'm just a kind person that will be there for anyone. And these handicapped children that I worked with needed me, and that's where I was supposed to be at that very moment. After teachers degrading me, I just kept on going back. And the kids would always tell me, the older kids I worked with at the junior high would always say, Mrs. Rain, guess what? We are so thankful that you keep on coming back because you are the kindest, loving person. And they come to my door even now. They'll come to my door and my daughter will be upstairs and they'll say, we just came for you. Oh. And on the sidewalk, I'll write, one night, when I get my energy, usually I've been low energy lately, just kind of dragged down in the mud. And people would walk by and say, we really were worried about you. You're not making your sidewalk piece art chart. And I would sit out there for hours just making this beautiful peace, love, kindness artwork and with butterflies. It would take me like 2 hours to cover the whole driveway. So I realized that people do need me. And you can form your own reality. It's hard as hell, and it might take some people longer, and they might not believe you and what you're trying to do, but just keep on doing it until you're just you feel like you're out of juice. Just keep on doing it. And just, a lot of things distract you. And I'm a dreamer, so I actually dreamed of me working here months and months and months and months, going through scenarios in my head of how I wanted it. The next night I dream a little bit better. The next night I was dreaming of everybody getting along with me. And then all of a sudden I get this job opportunity to go in there one day for a half a day, and they liked me. And I was like, that's amazing. I'm like, they actually were like, good job, Lisa, good job. Like helping with the kids. So those amazing little children that can hardly speak right now, I'm going to work with them and give them all my love and what I have to offer them, and they're going to get through, with me being there, because I know that I'm just full of energy and full of love.
That's beautiful.
That is a very beautiful.
You were placed there at this time for a reason, honey,
Yep, exactly. Because you know what? I went through such hell with working. I worked with kids my whole life. With every opportunity I had, there was always someone meaner than, to be there. Just to bring me down and make me feel less of a person. And all of a sudden I went through this up, and I got to where I was supposed to be. Just 51 years later, being there to offer this to them is a gift from just everywhere. All the light just to give to these children that can't even hardly speak or they're handicapped. That was my calling all along.
My favorite thing to say to all the people that I've ever had influence with in all my years of teaching and learning and in my profession, my favorite thing to say is no one can make you feel a certain way. You allow it.
Yep, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You just
Thank
have to
you.
not allow them to take your shine.
That's right.
It's basically, my children are younger and they seriously are putting this out on TV. It's really strange that we're seeing these people trying to put like these negative images in our head, in our children's head, and of just how people are supposed to be treated. And I know that, you know, I was born in 73, so I just am an air sign, and everybody always calls me airy. You know, it's like I'm always been like involved in other families. I don't know, and they come to you. I'm a gardener, so I'm out there gardening, or at the right moment, at the right time, at the right spot. There's a person that needs me, and my daughter one time, my grandma in my dream told me, I'm a dreamer. So my grandma told me in my dream that she gave her a special gift and she put it right in her forehead. And our whole entire family on that side is very gifted in knowing how people feel and exactly all of it at that moment. My daughter walked up to this couple with a flower from my garden and gave it to them, and they just broke down, started crying, and said, "You know what? We just came from putting my mom, you know, burying her, and we are just so grieving right now. But your daughter came up to us, and I ended up giving them hugs and love." And I don't feel like they're energy, but a lot of people think they're energy vampires. That's why a lot of people don't wake up, is because they think that, oh, they're taking too much of my energy of these other people, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, you're giving your energy away. You feel so drained after it. And I said, well, you know what? Maybe I am a little battery, but you know, I'm trying to give it all I can to these people that need me.
Well, that's kind of an opposite way to look at it, though, because you offer an energy exchange. I never felt drained unless
I never did either.
You know,
and the people that were seeing it from me, though, were feeling as I was giving away my energy. And I thought, no, I feel really good. I feel very good after seeing them. I feel energized and you know, just like I did something good for the day, you know, without feeling like I had to do something good for the day. I actually felt in my heart that it was beaming from just talking to them.
That's the way I always feel. People just have to be in the grocery store and start talking.
Oh yeah.
Afterwards, I always feel very blessed.
Yes.
To have been included in whatever part of their life they shared with me that day.
Exactly.
I felt energized. I've never.
You can feel so. I never feel drained, but the way that they saw it was like, oh, you're always talking to other people. You're not talking to us. Oh. And I thought, well, maybe they were jealous of me sharing, you know, this light, but you know, some people notice it. Some people notice what good I'm doing, but I'm always talking to strangers. I'm the mom that always is out there in her garden talking to everybody, but learning about, you know, it's like, it feels like that whenever they walk by, they'll say, "Hi, Lisa," and I'll be like, "Oh, I can't remember their name. There's so many of them." It's like they're just walking on by with their, you know, some of them just keep on walking by, but some of them really need to talk, and I'm there to listen. Always there. So a kind soul is a good soul. So we just have to manage it the way that we feel. I mean, sometimes it takes us a little bit longer it took me 51 years to sometimes get things going, but I've always been able to manifest my reality in little ways, but always been put down. So you always just have to take those people in your life and kind of just focus on yourself for a little bit. Focus on yourself, doing what you got to do.
Yeah, and you know, I've learned, I don't know, over the years that if you have a really bright shine, it really irritates some people. And it makes them feel like they have to do something to dim your shine.
Oh, believe me, I went through massage school, and I thought those were I thought, okay, this is going to be a real, you know, with energy work and a whole bunch of, just guess what? On my birthday, they called me into the office and said, "We're kicking you out of school." And I said, "What? You're kicking me out of school?" I mean, I've already paid a big tuition. I'm almost halfway done with my massage therapy school. She's like, they're like, "Nope, you're kicked out of school." So I ended up fighting it and ended up going to the next class to be underneath me for the next year. And I ended up showing up to class, and guess what? My name was on the roster of being in that class. So they basically, all these people in my life, I had really just, I was like, I was in every class. And so I ended up being in the better class, though, in a class that where I could hear the teacher one day say, "What is she, stupid? She doesn't understand this massage technique." And I'm like, I started crying underneath my breath. And, it was like, "Oh, don't give up, keep on going. But ended up, they kicked me out, and I was in the better program now, and with a wonderful class, and nobody calling me stupid, and everybody, and my friends growing up, it's always been that, it's like, no, we don't, they're nice to me one minute, not nice to me. And now I'm dealing with my daughter, with the teenage years. So I just have to realize she's going through that. But
You have our sympathy.
yeah, it's just like everybody putting you down, that you finally get to that spot where you feel like, I don't know. I just always felt like that. Like, "Lisa, you're being too loud. Are we too loud?" I mean, like, we're just always talking to people, and I mean, is everybody the talkative type and just giddy? Like, where people are like, kind of like, some people just get it. Like the massage teacher that I ended up going to, she was from that program, and she was teaching energy work. Well, one day she looked at me, and I mean, I already paid $3,000 for this program. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. And my grandma died. So the whole day in class, she said to me, "Are you going to cry all day?" I said, "Well, I paid for this class. My grandma passed away a couple days ago." And she smudged me and basically sent me on my way. Like, she didn't care that my grandma died. It was like nobody cared. The whole entire group of 15 or 20 people didn't care. Nobody said sorry or anything. It was kind of really strange. And then the next time she saw me, she's like, "You just take money from people. You're in your lifetime of taking money from people." And I said, "What?" She's like, "Your husband's never going to sleep with you." And I'm like, "What?" Like, she made me cry as I left her house. And it was very strange that a person that I thought that was supposed to be an energetic soul was basically somebody that was covered up in a sheep, covered up in wolf's clothing, which made me want to leave. And then in the next day at the grocery store, a lady walks up to me and says, "Your grandma," she goes, "I usually don't do this, but you're at the grocery store." And she goes, "Your grandma is here." And I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Your grandma's here right now, and she's trying to tell you something." And my grandma only passed away like 3 days ago. And she's like, "Your grandma says, get out of that program and get your money back." She said, "That lady's not, she's not good for you. Get away from her now." It was just, things like that have always happened to me in my life. So it's hard not to understand that there's a different way. Like, there's something different out there. I always knew that there was something different out there. So,
Well, all we can do, I think, is just, try to guide and lead and do the best we can. And I feel very relieved, Grim, that we were able to have you live tonight, because I've been very anxious to talk to all of you about all the things that I've been thinking about for the last couple of weeks. And it's just too much to type it all out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
exactly. It's good to talk to like-minded people too, because there's not, in the world, it's so nice that we can find like-minded people on the phone like this. And I was just thinking of this, and I turned on it, and I saw you guys, I saw Ron, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I gotta get on." And I never talk, so I thought, I have to talk. It
Good.
is kind of my moment, and I'm
I'm
glad you
glad you
guys are
did.
here. I'm so glad you guys are here.
We're glad
Thank you
I
that you
loved your
did.
story.
Thank you guys.
So
I hope you
Yaya, what
still
were you
draw.
doing? What were you doing
I'm so.
today?
What was I doing today? Well, it's gonna surprise you. I I actually Yaya has days that are I do my normal things. I get up and I do my grounding and my meditating and my connecting and right at dusk and stuff. And I was hit with heavy energy, and I was like, what was that for? Why am I getting this? And I I so I just kind of sat back and took a little nap, thinking, okay, maybe I need to just get some more rest. And I woke up, and when I woke up, it was I had my I was spoken to, and I was told that it was just I was being calibrated. It was ascension symptoms because I was dizzy. Um, my ears were like um, had a like a hissing, not a hissing. That's a bad word. Sorry. Just like a white noise going off in them, and then I'd get really high pitching,
Yeah.
high pitching and then it'd almost disappear. And I'm like, okay, this is new for me. I'm going through something new. And just like I said, even in the past 2 weeks, even uh, having orbs appear in front of me, and um,
Writing on the wall.
the writings on the wall,
Wow.
just so much. So so I was relieved after I was told to settle down.
Yeah.
I was being calibrated. I was being worked on, and then I after that I changed the sheets on my bed and did my laundry. And I came outside and I did a scrying, and was working on an art piece. As
What did you see in your scrying?
in my scrying, I'm just started doing one as we came in here. I like doing that when I go into rooms, and so I'll work on this one a little more, but I'll bring out the other ones and turn the camera around. It's it's uh, kind of interesting. Let me see if I can turn my camera around, and I'll show you.
I started a new painting today too.
Did ya?
Wonderful.
Cool.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, not
I
me.
just finished painting too. We're all painters and artists, and
Yeah, that's our creative sides coming out.
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I've always been
Oh,
since a child, though.
Yeah.
It just
Come on.
I've always been into art.
Sorry about the close-up. I'm trying to get it to turn around. Come on. There we go. So I have
You
I have
didn't
a
see
lot of.
anything.
You can't?
No.
It's fuzzy.
Turn your camera on. You have to turn the camera on to us.
Let me see. Okay. Sorry about that. Bring over a candle.
Hmm. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty. I can see faces.
Yeah, there's faces, and I think it's I can't
That
pronounce
looks like
the
a
name.
dog. That looks like a little doggy right there.
There, I had a dog come out 2
I
times.
can't see it that well, but I can see just a little bit. Okay, so now
Maybe let me turn on another light for you guys.
Yeah, 'cause it's kind of hard to see.
You do look like you're in the dark.
I'm in the yacht.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in. There we go. Oh, cat! I didn't see you there. Okay.
My cats have been so needy. They
Your
just
cat?
all of
My
my
cats
outdoor
too.
cats and my indoor cat have been so needy. It's just been weird.
Is that a little better?
It looks like spirit guides.
One is there's a fairy in
I
there.
saw the
Yeah.
fairy
Yeah.
With their
I see
little
And then
the
I-
wolf.
your
Yes.
hat.
Isn't it? Isn't you know what's even cooler is when and there's a dragon coming through right here.
Is there any way to bring the paper over to the light to see it in front of the light?
Let me see here.
I see an oriental woman. I see dragon. I see a wolf.
Oops, sorry, kitty. Let's see.
How can you see all that, Grim?
I don't know.
Grim must have excellent eyesight.
Better.
There you go. Now we
Yeah,
can see it.
see,
Yeah, beautiful.
I
yeah,
see-
yeah.
Oh, I see
I-
the dragon.
I see the dragon. I see a Chinese lady. I see happy face. I
You see
see.
like a fox or a wolfish kind of face.
Yeah, like a dog
Yeah.
or a wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Right
Yes.
in, right in
Yes.
here.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, and then the Chinese lady, I see her too, Grim.
And then
I
I
see
see-
the dragon up top.
They were on a cloud.
She
Yeah,
looks like
yeah.
she's wearing,
Yeah.
She looks like she's wearing a hat, guys, with a little strap going
Yeah.
around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that cute?
It's so cute.
And if you look behind, the whole top hand looks like a giant hand.
I seen that and I went, how? Because I had
you're
this.
right. You're right.
That's
had
why I
this
said
gift.
spirit guides.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had this whole gift awaken in me just this last week. And they said it is fully activated. And I'm like, okay, what do I do with it now?
Oh my gosh, that's
My
beautiful.
whole I had to trust. I had to trust the art instead of looking at it and trying to think what I see. It's not it. It's trusting what's in the paper and being able to bring it out and just doing it.
That's
Yeah,
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah,
And it
that
appeared.
is so funny because I did
Isn't
about
that
a month
cool?
ago. I did a couple of scribes about a month ago. It's called to do it, and I have a few that I've made recently too. That's like crazy.
This one
Well,
is
It's really funny because the tiles in my bathroom floor, you know how your tiles
oh
are all one color,
You
but
see
they have like
faces?
these different little squiggles in them.
Yep.
And I make out all sorts of little things in those squiggles. When I'm
That's-
sitting
I
in the
do
bathtub,
too.
I'm just staring at them. And I can see faces and
That looks like a
eyeballs
woman.
and all sorts of things.
this
I've
one.
done that as a
This
kid
one's-
because I had wallpaper like that. So
Yeah,
it's so similar. That's awesome.
I've done that all my life. That's
Me
just so
too.
weird. It just pops
I've
out.
never heard anybody say that before. So that's so awesome.
Yeah.
It is cool. Yeah.
That other
it's-
one looks like a giant woman.
This one?
The one underneath. That one looks like a woman too. It looks like a woman and a man, and another little person down in the corner.
Well, each time I
Yeah.
look at it, I see something different. They look.
Oh, I'm flipping the page. I'm
Oh,
sorry, I should have told you.
Yeah, because I'm like, they're changing, and right in front of me, they're changing.
And they do that too. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'll step back. Okay, let me. And what's really cool too is sometimes when I'm doing it and I put the camera on it,
Yeah.
I can see more. Like
Ooh.
this one, you can see the face.
hmm
You can see, let me see. And then you see the huge face right here.
It kind of blends. Yeah, it moves over.
It looks like a fae.
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
I think several of your pieces, I can see fairies in them, but
That
I
one
see,
looks
I
like
see
a-
a lot of animals too.
That looks like a tree
Yeah.
fae.
A tree face. Oh, that, you know what? I think you're correct, Brim. Now what's that one? I haven't. I've done a little.
Well, I want to ask you
There.
a question, Loretta. If they don't like being called Fae, what are we supposed to call them?
You know what? I have never been corrected
What?
on the Fae.
I'm on the phone. Okay.
I was wondering.
Guys, I'm
Um,
sorry, I have to leave. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Okay,
Love you.
nice
Kids have to
having
go
you,
to
honey.
sleep. Kids
Thank
have
you
to go
for
to
coming.
sleep. Bye, guys. Love you.
Bye
Bye.
bye, sweetie. You know, uh, th- whoops, let me turn you around. You
Okay.
saw you didn't see that, did you?
Oh, I don't see
We see
nothing.
nothing. So, I wanted to ask you that the other day and I forgot. I just wanted to ask because I've been corrected so many times and I'm thinking, well, what do I call them? You know, I don't know.
There is, in my understanding, there are fae, there are, there's the gnomes, the fays, the
trolls,
the troll. There. So when I started hearing different, like people being correcting, I went and got a fairy Bible.
Oh, good job.
And fays are just another part of an elemental.
Mhm.
Sprite, I
Yeah.
learned, sprites are the ones that if they don't behave, if they do not listen to the divine word of God or goddess, um, they're returned, because they can be kind of ornery, if that makes
Disruptive.
sense.
Yeah,
They
disruptive.
can be very deceptive, yes. And so and they all have personalities, and I'm not a pro on it, but I will call a fae a fae. I will call a fairy a fairy. I will call a sprite a sprite. And if I'm wrong, I hope they correct me.
Yeah.
Not a human. If
Yeah,
that makes
okay.
sense.
Okay. Well, that's why I wanted to ask you if you've ever
Yeah,
been corrected.
and you know what? I could be totally wrong, but I was
Do you
gonna
think
see
they
if I
really
could find
care?
it.
Do you think
Um,
they care that much, or
I don't think they care, but I think that there might be the wrong word, but there's a lineage
yeah?
to them, like there is the 72 angels of light and 72 angels of dark. I mean, they all have a place,
Yeah.
as the fairy realm, as the Bigfoot realm, as um, what other realms?
Well,
There's so many.
the angelics and all those, but
Yeah,
it's like Chiron explains, though, there's no hierarchy.
there's no
Right.
what?
Hierarchy.
You know, there's not one
hierarchy,
above
it's-
the other. They just all have different jobs.
Absolutely
Yes.
correct. Absolutely correct. When even in Grimm was saying it, we all are one. We are, and that is profoundly important.
Mhm.
That you know, and I don't know. It will become an understanding once that Christ-like consciousness they get to that certain. How do you ego
Level.
death? Maybe, or
Oh,
level. It's.
Yeah.
And I've even come to learn the ego serves a good purpose.
Yes.
And so many on here are saying, to lose the ego, and you know what? If you learn
you
to,
need your ego.
you need your ego, because the ego will, it could serve you a bad purpose, but we don't get to our certain ages in our lifetime there's a point in our lifetime where we know where ego
Belongs.
plays and it don't play.
Mm-hmm.
And hi,
Well,
Berlin.
it keeps you safe. It keeps you
And it does
in the
keep you
known.
safe.
And when you
Yeah.
have to challenge it is when you want to go outside of the known And the ego's saying, no, 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 you need to be
Yeah.
safe. And then you need to reassure your ego that it'll be okay. You're not going to kill
Yeah.
yourself. You're just going to go
Yeah.
out here and explore a little bit.
Just a little bit, you know.
Yeah, yeah, I've expressed that to others as well when they talk about killing the ego. I tell them, be careful. You know, be careful with that, because
It
it does serve a purpose.
Like
It
have
does.
your ego, but not go extreme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think we use it in two different contexts.
Yeah.
Most people think of ego as being narcissistic, you know,
Yeah.
thinking too much of yourself,
Yeah.
as opposed to what ego really means is the space that keeps you safe, you know. So there's two different contexts floating around out there.
Yeah. I think here in the next, I don't know, I don't think it's a prediction or nothing, but I think here in the next 2 to 4 weeks, we're going to see a huge shift in the collective again.
I
And
heard that predicted on Next Level Soul.
oh,
there
did
was a
you?
channel, yeah, there was a channeler on there that was talking about that.
Huh. Where's Next Level Soul? Is that you too?
Yeah, Alex Ferrari. He has
Oh, okay.
millions of different people from all different walks who come on to his program, and he himself is an amazing soul. He is truly, and he knows the questions to ask, and he is spirit led, completely spirit led. It
I
took
was
him a while to get there, you know, to trust, but he's
Yeah.
there, and now his podcasts are everywhere, and he records people from all over the world. They come on to his podcasts, and they talk about they channel collectives, and then some people channel angels, and some people channel, you know, just specific voices, beings, and they, you know, they give themselves a name, or they let the person who's channeling give themselves a name. But that's where I came across Suzanne Geisner, and she channels and has for a long time. She's a NASA scientist that has become spiritual and been teaching now for quite some time, and she's channeling Sanada is the name he gave her, and it's Yeshua. And he told her that he came to her as Jesus because he felt that that's the way that she would relate to him, and that she could call him whatever she wanted. He didn't care. But they came up with the name Sanada, and so she channels him, and when she does, you get chills all over your body, because you just know
Yeah.
that that's who she's talking to. The things he says and the way he says it, and she transforms in front of you when he comes. It's just the most amazing thing. But that's where I met her, and then that's where I've heard so many of the different channelers that I follow that are worldwide. You know, from Australia, from Europe, and but he has on scientists. He has on people who are not just channelers. You know, they're not psychics, and he does a lot of near-death experiences, and they're also different. You know, I mean, they're so
What's his
fascinating to me.
May I
What's
ask
his
though,
podcast
what's
name?
His name is Alex Ferrari, F-E-R.
And that's the podcast
His-
name?
The podcast name is Next Level Soul.
Okay. Thank you.
may I ask what they said? What the shift's going to be about?
Well, the lady he had on today, and I can't pull her name out of my head right now, but she is his mentor, and he's had her on about 5 or 6 times now. And she has mentored him since he was about 23. In fact, she's the one who encouraged him so strongly to do the podcast that he would be a game changer. because he was in Hollywood for a long time up
Oh,
in
was he?
Disney. Yeah, and
Well, I
she challenged him to do this, to bring all these people together at this particular time, because she told him this is going to be the time when people are going to be listening. They're going to be receptive. And he wasn't sure about all that, but he did it on faith. He stepped out on faith and he did it, and it's been very successful. But what she said is it's going to be worldwide, and there's going to be lots of little countries that nobody really pays much attention to that are going to be stepping up and finding their voice, like Venezuela, Costa Rica, some of those little countries that, some places in Africa that people don't pay much attention to right now. They don't have a big voice, and the people aren't very awake. They just kind of live their life and move on and don't make a lot of waves. Now
Yeah.
they're going to start. Their awakening is starting. And there's just going to be a lot of turmoil, she said, and we're all just going to have to get through it.
They said that the shift was going to be, from what I was told by my advisors, they said October 11th to the 17th.
Somewhere around in there, but she's talking about it lasting throughout the season, the fall, the winter,
Yeah.
up into the spring. One thing, there were a couple of things she said today that I don't agree with, but on the whole, every time he's had her on, I agree with her wholeheartedly. But she said today that if you don't get to where you can meditate 3 hours a day every day,
Oh,
your
please.
frequencies aren't going to be high enough. And he kept trying to redirect her and telling her, listen, most people can't sit down for 5 minutes. I want some common sense advice for what people can do to raise their frequency that doesn't involve sitting in heavy meditation for 3 hours. Just starting out.
It ain't
And
possible.
she kind of stuck to it, and then she finally said, you start out with 15 minutes, and then once you get into a really good and master that 15 minutes, then you add 3 minutes. And then each time you get to where you really feel like you've mastered it, you add 3 minutes until you can get up to the 3 hours a day. She finally came out with that, but he had to really kind of push her a little bit to get her there, because she was adamant. But she's an older lady, and she does readings and things, but for the most part, she's not doing anything else. So she can spend 3 hours a day in heavy meditation. I probably could too, but I don't think my husband would leave me alone for 3 hours in a row. Steady.
Let me
No, I don't know.
challenge you with a thought. I have a hard time meditating, and I didn't think I would be able to for nothing. And I was instructed to, and when I was told this, I went, you gotta be freaking kidding me. There ain't no way. But learn how to meditate. Well, how to start your meditation by doing your grounding, putting your roots into the ground, and bringing up the energy through the body.
The sitting in the power meditation.
Trying to do it when there's distractions around.
Oh.
And I asked that. I go, why? What's the purpose of doing that like that? And they said because it's where we are going in our time, in our ascension, where we're going in our day to day. If we can learn to meditate when the dog's barking outside, or when the teenager's in the bedroom with the music and won't turn it down, and we have to find that time to meditate, try to challenge yourself to be able to find that moment where you can do that simple 10 minutes connecting to Gaia and bringing it all the way up through. And then once you do that, you're going to be in a different zone,
Mm-hmm.
and you might be able to push out and do a little bit more meditating. So I tried it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's actually the only way I do it now.
Well,
And
I did it all those years. Even in the middle of work, I would take 5 or 10
there
minutes
you go.
to just kind of reset, and it would be
Yeah.
I had a power nap or something, and I could go do all my other stuff. And then when I started doing home care nursing, after each patient, I would take 10 minutes to sit in my car to just kind of
Yeah.
regather, regroup, and then I felt completely re-energized, so I could go
Yeah.
on to the next one. But
And your vibration right there is already up.
I kept thinking, well, I'm not, that's not really meditation, but I'm learning that it is,
It is.
you
It
know.
is.
But
And
she was talking about heavy meditation,
I
where
wonder what the benefit is for the.
she says you have to get completely on a different level. So that was the only thing today in that podcast that I kind of disagreed with her on. But for the most part, she is an extremely knowledgeable woman. But you'll have to look him up. I mean, he has
I
tons of
will.
podcasts and tons of very interesting people. He and Jeff Mara. Have you ever listened to Jeff Mara? He interviews the most interesting people that are physics, you
Is
know.
he on Gaia channel?
No, they're all on YouTube.
They're all on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, Jeff Mara, he's so quiet, and the way he interviews, he'll say one or two words and then he just shuts up and lets them
Oh,
go. And I really like that, but he had a
yeah.
guy on that was talking about the Sasquatch, and
Oh,
he's from India, and he learned how to astral travel and do a lot of different things. And then at the very end, Jeff had asked him a question, something that came up about the Sasquatch. And he said he had done some study about them. And he was the one who said that what he learned was that they're not human, they're interdimensional, but they did that by choice. They decided that, when we were all given the divine spark by the seven sisters, they chose to stay on a different evolutionary pathway so they could remain interdimensional to be more helpful to Earth,
yeah.
to Mother Gaia. And
That's
so
what I understand.
they didn't develop like we did with less hair and less, more human, what we think of as more human features. They retained their magic.
Yeah. Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
I had a Sasquatch come out. I have to file. I'll find it. I had a Sasquatch come out. Right, it was a female, and her name was Semi. And I had her come out in a drawing. Oh, maybe about 3 weeks ago. Anyways,
I
hi
think
Bobby.
I think I'm being able to pick some out in my tree, Brim.
Oh,
You told me which tree they're in, and so I sit directly like in front of and underneath that tree. And I just talk to them all day. My husband thinks I've just literally lost my mind. And then he was out there with his little pew pew shooting at a squirrel. And so he got in trouble. And I told him that we're not having any more of that. Stop it.
Good.
No more of that in the backyard, please.
Yeah.
And
That
yes,
don't happen here either.
the squirrel is annoying, but we can get over it,
You can get
But
over it.
it's a huge acorn or oak. Brim, I sent you a picture of it. And I think I see them. I think I'm seeing them now. I feel them. I have felt them for a while, but now I think they're letting me see little glimpses.
Have you heard them at all? Like the knocking?
Well, it's hard to tell because I have a woodpecker.
It's it's a it was always a distinct 3 knocks,
Mm.
nothing ever more, and it happened so like nonchalant,
Mhm.
and it was like I heard it for maybe 3 days, and I went, oh my god, that's oh my goodness, that's Semi, that's the Bigfoot, that's
Mhm.
and I was like, oh my goodness, how cool is that? And so every once in a while, or way off in the distance, you'll see a big bunch, or like I have a big fig tree with big leaves, no wind, no nothing, and you'll see certain leaves going.
That's what I've been seeing.
That's cool.
Mhm.
That's cool.
Like I said, they were us. We were them at one time. We just evolved different ones.
Yeah, they chose, but they chose it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's where the Anunnaki had made us. Like I was saying before, that the Bigfoot were on the planet first. Some of them chose to leave because they didn't want to be a part of that. And what they did is they put the Anunnaki did some work on us, and then they evolved us in a way from them. And then the sisters came down and gave us work, made us even more different. So we do relate to them. That's why they never harmed us.
Yeah. They protect us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just don't treat them very nicely.
So
We know we didn't.
There's there was a guy that on YouTube that goes out into the forest and talks with them as well, and he tells a story about how long it took him to have a relationship.
Huh.
They were very standoffish and wanted to make sure that he didn't mean them any harm.
Yeah, it takes a while to develop a relationship with them.
Mhm.
We felt them in Pennsylvania. We felt them in the Appalachian Mountains. Christina more than me, but it was very cool. And my understanding is they are higher frequency, higher energy beings, you know, but they're related to us more than we think.
Well, this guy talks about how it makes the hair on his arm rise up, and he can feel it in his heart, the pressure in his heart.
I believe that. Oh yeah,
I believe it.
for sure. And I'm sure you're not the only one.
Yeah.
I feel things. I don't necessarily see them. I feel them.
Hi, Bobby.
Hi, yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing very well.
I miss you.
It was
I haven't.
nice. I'm just kind of popping around, and I created some videos tonight.
I liked your video.
And yeah, stuff's really coming
Hey,
together. And
Bobby.
it's really cool. Hi, Hopi. Yeah, it's
Very
been a good day. I kind
I
of
liked
took the day
one of your
off and
videos.
relaxed, took a nap, re-energized a bit.
I watched one of yours. It was kind of interesting. I liked it.
I mean, honestly, I don't know what you're gonna get. I have no idea. It's just kind of like, hey, I get this idea, and I will admit that sometimes, you feel like it's not everything. Wayward Son. It's not always you directing the movie, and you hear these songs or you get this idea in your head. And Christina would tell you this, but I walk around every day, and I would say at least once, if not twice a day, I take a picture or I make a mental note going, ooh, that's a great TikTok idea.
I love what you do. You're
It's fun.
so
I
authentic.
really enjoy it. I really
It's
enjoy
good.
it. I do.
It's cool.
I love creating things. Sitting down, if you've ever seen any of my art, it's just, I don't really call it art. It's more of an expression. Sometimes it's a summary, but it's stuff that I get, that stands out. I repost a lot of shit, guys. I see a lot of really good content, and I try to repost I got a big long list of reposts. So I figure, hey, maybe an extra 5 or 10 people will see it, that need to see it. What's
You
that?
watch Nature's Whispers videos?
I don't know. Whiskers?
Whispers.
Nature
Oh,
whisper.
Nature Whispers. Yeah, Christina was in his live earlier tonight, but
Yeah,
I don't see what he sees.
you
Christina
don't.
does. I don't.
Oh my God,
I can
it's
see him.
freaking amazing.
I think there's been two videos that I could honestly say like, okay, I see that. And I'm a scryer too. I mean, I scry the clouds. I like Forest Fairy when she strides. It's I always catch a little something, something. You know,
It's
to
like
read.
anything else because I remember saying that depending on the frequency and the vibration you're at, you'll see different things.
I agree with that. At this point in time, I definitely would agree with that. And I think that's why you can tune into Sasquatch or Bigfoot or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
You know, I prefer the name Larry because it's a lot more fun. But
like-
I mean, you can call him whatever you want.
I only seen one.
I saw
I have never
somebody
seen
called
one.
him a skunk rat, and I'm like, stop.
I
Oh, that's
heard
not very
that
nice.
once before, and that's not cool.
Yeah.
I met
That would
one
hurt
in the
their
woods
feelings.
that saved my life, but
Oh wow.
I wasn't sure. I don't know if I told that story before. That when I met mine, I was up in a cabin, and because I was going to go to the Stanley Hotel for ghost hunting, and I ended up staying up there one day, and I heard I had a I needed some food, so I called the general store to have them bring me some food, and because I was like 100 miles out in the middle of nowhere. So it took them like an hour or so to bring the food there, and I noticed that the food was delivered. So I heard, I was like, what the hell is that? I look out the door, there's a mountain lion trying to get my food. So I took out the pew and shot it in the air, and it ran off. I grabbed the rest of the food, and I brought it into the house, into the cabin. As soon as I turned my head a little, the corner of my eye, I seen this big furry thing hiding behind a tree, and I'm like, what is that? I'm like, no, that got to be a bear. But my curiosity got the better of me. So I took the pews and I went in the woods. And as I was going through the woods, I started following a path, and then I looked and I seen little red spots on the ground. So I'm like, interesting. So I followed it, and and I stopped, and I noticed a huge big pile of red liquid on the ground. I look up, and this thing about 8 feet tall, there was a tree, and this thing was impaled on the tree. That huge mountain lion was up on the tree, impaled through the side. I'm like, I think I'm gonna leave now. So I backed up, and I was getting ready to leave, and I heard this huge, like friendly growl, kind of. So
I've never heard of
the
friendly
curious,
growl.
it was
I'm teasing. Sorry,
it
my bad.
it kind of like to get my attention. I looked over in that direction, and I seen it running on all fours. I'm like, that's a bear. No, it's a bear. And then I'm looking, and then all of a sudden, it went from being a bear, and it got to this big tree, and it like just stood up on 2 legs and hid behind the tree. I'm like, that's got red hair. That can't be a bear. Bears ain't that big. No. So I followed this thing in the woods for like 45 minutes, and I started to smell. It smelled like a wet dog, and almost like a skunk. And I'm like, what is that odor? And I started getting closer, and then I was like, no, I'm following this too much. And I started going back. And I looked over, and I swear the thing was waving me to follow. So I got to this cave. There was a path leading down, and there was a path, like the edge of a mountain. There was a path leading down into this cave. I'm looking down, I go, yeah, no, I'm not going down that cave. So I went back. So I went back, and I went in the cabin, got my food, and I ate and this and that. So later that night, I had 2 scary children at my door at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they were called the black-eyed children. I found later on, and they were trying to do things to me. So anyway, they totally were banging on the thing that scared the hell out of me because I didn't know what the hell was going on. They wanted me to help them, their mother down the street, and they looked like They looked like normal kids, but they were wearing different clothes, and their eyes were completely black. And I was like, nope, nope, lock the door. Went in there, grabbed the pew pew, hid in the closet, and I was there, and I could hear the windows and the roof and everything being banged on, like they were trying to scare me and cause fear. And so I'm like, oh, somebody help me, something help me. I heard this giant roar at like 6 o'clock in the morning, because this went on for like 3 hours and I didn't know what to do. So I heard this giant roar at 6 in the morning. I went out and I noticed they were gone. But the food I left outside was gone too. And ever since then, that was the only time I've ever seen a Bigfoot. So I talked to my friend. I was like, dude, I was in this cabin. There's some weird things going on in this cabin. What's up with it? He goes, what, do you mean Henry? I'm like, Henry? Who the hell is Henry? I go, is there a hunter out here or something? Is that a hunter or something? He's like, no, that's the Bigfoot. I'm like, oh, you neglected to tell me this the entire time when I was visiting food on the stump for 4 or 5 days?
It's Larry's cousin.
That was my only experience with a Bigfoot, and to this day, I thought it was funny because I would leave, before that day, I left food out. I left out like Coca-Cola, and I left out candy bars, and I left a sandwich out one day. The meat was gone on the ground, but everything else was gone. And all the wrappers were inside the bottle. So I'm like, this is interesting. So I tried to film it before that whole thing with the children, but before that I tried to film it. It wouldn't happen. It would knock the cameras over no matter where I had set them. But that was my only experience with a Bigfoot. So I don't know if it was I thought it was just a hunter, a homeless guy in the woods. But when I think about it, this thing was like, it had red fur. I smelled wet dog, and it was growling. It had like growls. And it was at least 8 or 9 feet tall.
Well, did you see that video, Grim, that was out where that guy had a whole experience?
Mm-mm.
There were 3 videos in a row.
I haven't really got into the whole Bigfoot thing. I mean, that was my only experience. I knew nothing about them.
I heard about that a long time ago. And I'm glad somebody put it out recently.
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
that they have their own world. They live in the whole world just like us.
Yeah, only better. Sounded to me.
Oh, yeah,
I think
of course.
there's more people that believe in Bigfoots than we think. Because everywhere I've gone and it's ever been mentioned, they're like, oh, yeah. I mean, you could call it a legend, but it's more than that. People have had weird experience. Maybe not to the point where they had black-eyed children knocking on their door in the middle of the night and then Sasquatch yelling and they take your food and go away. Maybe not to that extent, but obviously you signed up for quite an interesting event.
All I wanted to do was catch ghosts at the Stanley Hotel.
I think
well,
in your area,
sounds like the
Bobby,
Stanley
there's
Hotel
some
kids came and saw you.
Oh yeah, they were creepy. I tell you what, those kids were creepy, and the whole town knew about it because they said people were missing in that town because of them.
Yeah, because they probably ate them.
There was footage actually in that town. I can't remember. It was up in Wyoming. There was this. It was by a lake, the cabin, and I tell you, when I called the sheriff to come and get me out of this place now. He came up here. It usually takes him an hour and a half to get to that area. It took him like 45 minutes. They pulled me out of that place. I got to the hotel room. I'm sitting down in a diner, and picture this now. I'm in a diner, and I'm eating, and the waitress comes over. She's like, "Oh, you're new around here." I'm like, "Yeah, I was just staying up at the cabin up in the east of town." She's like, "Oh, really?" She goes, "I hear it's pretty up there." I said, "Yeah, it's pretty, but I had some experience." She goes, "Oh, what kind of experience?" I said, "Well," and then I told her the story, and then I got to the black-eyed children. She looked at me, and her eyes dropped, like, "Huh?" And then everybody in the whole diner started looking at me like, what the hell? And I'm like, hey, I don't know. I was like, I wanted no part of this. But everybody in the town knew about it but me, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Yeah, that
I
was
think they're
creepy.
pretty common in like your area, Bobby, and where I was in Arkansas growing up. They were common in the forest around our house.
I
Yeah.
hear that about it, that. You're right, honey. They are a little bit more common out in,
Where there's
even
lots
in
of
the,
woods, a forest. You know,
yeah.
we lived right on it. The forest was our backyard when
It
I
had
grew
Yeah.
up.
it had long red hair.
A lot of them do, don't they? Have the red hair?
Yeah. Red hair,
Yeah.
brown hair. I've
Brown,
even heard
brown.
blonde.
Yeah, I was going to say blonde. But yeah, they said Jesus had red hair too. That was actually his lineage. But you don't know.
How do I get myself in a mess like this?
That's
I
why I
have to
like.
say, if you ever write a book, brother, like you really should put your Sasquatch cabin story in there. You know what I'm
Everybody
saying?
wants me
That
to
would be
write a
cool.
book.
Well, no, I'm saying if you do. I know people told me the same thing, and I think about writing a book. I'm like, I gotta sit down and think about all that shit. Oh man, yeah.
There's
I want to
times
make
I
where
movies. I want to make movies. Fuck
there was
writing a book.
there was one time where I walked in the cemetery and I walked out and I thought I was only in there for like 10 minutes. I
Yeah.
knock on my friend's door. He goes, "Where were you? You're like 10 hours late." I'm like, "What?"
Whoa.
Yeah,
Lost
I
time.
yeah, I lost time. I went into the cemetery. I wanted to watch WWE because it was on at 8 o'clock at that time. I walked to his house and I walked through the cemetery, which the cemetery then his house is right on the other side of the cemetery. It's like 10-minute walk through the cemetery. I went in through the cemetery. I walked in, knocked on his door. He's like, "Where you been?" It's like I'm like, "What are you talking about?" "My grandmother's gonna kill you." Wait, knocking at this time of night. I'm like, "What are you talking about, bro?" He's like, "It's 3 o'clock in the morning." I'm like, "Yeah, no, it ain't." So he says, "You want me to prove it?" I was like, "Yeah." So we go to the house phone because that's the head at the time, and he says he says dial the operator. So I dial the operator. I'm like, "Hello." She goes, "Hello, New England Telephone. How may I help you? Can you please tell me the correct time?" "It is 3 a.m. in the morning." "Oh, thank you. Have a good day." Where the hell was I from 8 o'clock in the evening till 3 o'clock in the morning? I mean, I don't
You were
know.
abducted. You were abducted.
I have no idea.
No, you were
But
abducted.
I do know that I have to cut above my eye.
Oh.
Well, I can't wait to go to the
Bro,
Stanley Hotel
you
next
were
summer.
taken, but the I know that they can wipe, you know, saying the memory. And I mean, I think that's also how people get implants sometimes when they don't know why or how. I think they're able to almost like take us in a moment of time where it doesn't feel like, you know what I'm saying, and we're not really cognizant of maybe exactly what happened during that time, maybe. But at the same token, you could be gone for a long time. 10 hours? Holy shit, dude. That's a long time.
You were gone
That's a
for a
long
while.
time. So,
Yeah,
And
and
you don't have any recall?
there was another time too. I've shared this one a couple of times. Like, I wanted to tour the world, right? And I went into Amsterdam, and I had some funny weed. I don't know. Am I supposed to say that?
That's
So
funny.
I've had some shrubbery. Um,
You had
so
sea moss.
yeah. That's it. So I had some sea moss, and about a month or two later, I'm in the middle of Russia.
Okay, you definitely need to write a book.
and what's your point? I mean, you changed countries and you didn't realize it?
I was gone for 3 months, and I
And
ended
you
up in
can't
Russia.
recall any of that?
Not a bit of it.
Grim. Lord, do you have any
I'm
children
not
out
laughing
there
at
you
you, I'm
don't
laughing
know
with
of?
you.
You got any children out there you don't know of?
I have no idea. There was another time, like I've had a lot of those happens, a lot of disappearances through my
Oh,
life.
Yeah. Wow.
Like I
Well,
went to a party
that's
one day.
incredible.
I went to a party one day, and then I didn't want to be a part of the party, so I went to the store, bought a soda, sat by a tree, and a week later, in New York. Don't know how I got there.
Yeah, interesting. Oh,
I thought I had
wow.
some interesting high school experiences.
No shit. I thought getting a tattoo and not ever getting that tattoo was a
And
miracle, but shit, that ain't shit compared to the fucking stories you just told.
I mean, I've had a
Fuck,
lot of
makes me
crazy.
look boring.
I had a bunch of crazy shit happen. I mean, not that I even asked for it. I didn't want none of it. I just wanted to be normal.
Right.
Well, I know why most of my experiences happened because I was messing with the sea moths and other things that, you know, those kind of things that were popular in the 70s.
They're still popular, honey. Just you know. Okay.
Well, I had a friend that made his in the bathtub and shared them out. Yeah, we watched Fantasia when it came out. We stayed in the movie
Oh,
theater from the time the theater started until it closed. I bet we watched that like 5 times.
oh, hold on. I think I just got restricted.
Uh-oh.
It
Oh,
says
is
your
it my
live is not
incense?
eligible for accommodation. It's been restricted
Oh,
because
man.
your live does not comply for the For You page eligibility.
Is it my
Oh,
We
incense?
were discussing
Blah,
rugs.
blah,
yeah.
blah, blah.
Yeah, we were discussing
Entertainment
rugs.
purposes only.
Well,
It's a movie. Entertainment.
we were talking about the Stanley Hotel. It's a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we got
Anyway,
2.
I can't wait to go. We're going next in July.
One. They said one was visibility.
Oh, because there aren't very many of us.
No, it says visibility on
Is
live
it because of what
accommodation.
I'm showing? Do we
Uh,
need a face?
I don't
They don't
know.
like my
Yeah,
hairdo and my
they
profile
like,
picture.
the host has
They
to
want
show
a
his
face.
face. They need to show your face, Brim.
Oh, lordy lord.
You don't like my Buddha and my witches? Oh, maybe I shouldn't show
They
Oh.
don't have
No,
good
it's
hair.
about the host. The host has to show his face.
I'm here. Oh.
that. Well, you can take me off the big screen.
Your beautiful face.
Oh, lordy.
Mhm.
You can't see my balls now.
No, you haven't brought him out all night,
Since
baby.
when does the host
They
have
were
to
out
like
earlier and you weren't
breathe?
here.
Oh, that's just
Oh.
stupid.
That's
Yeah, I
the first
don't
thing I
know.
noticed.
Seriously, man. 3rd grade fucking
Because they
shit.
call
I
it
mean, come on.
inactivity if you don't see you talking.
You
Right?
know so much, Hope. You're so knowledgeable.
Right?
I just learned through the years watching it and watching what happened and paying attention.
So, I've been watching James. You know how I do. I lurk outside the lines. Has he lost a lot of weight?
Yeah, he has lost a
It
little
looks
bit.
He
like it,
has
yeah.
lost some weight. Yes, he has lost some weight.
Is he trying
Since he's had his awakening, well, that one awakening, he's really,
No, but he has like stopped eating. He doesn't eat meat as much anymore. It's very rare that he eats meat now, and he's just trying to be eating a little healthier. You know.
Well, my husband decided he wanted to be vegetarian, and he's always been so thin. He was 6'6" before he broke his back. But he lost so much weight, and he could never get it back on very well. And he's a mechanic, so he worked awfully hard. And I was just always worrying because when he went vegetarian, he lost even more weight. And he's like a stick, you know? Since we retired in January, he's gained 20 pounds.
that's good.
And he's been able to still maintain, his vegetarian diet, except when we're traveling. I talk him into being bad sometimes, but
Good girl.
I can't go there. I just I don't know. I don't know very many women who can
Yeah.
be completely vegetarian and still be healthy. they
Sorry
keep
about
their
that.
iron and all the things they need. And my body just yells at me and says, "You need this." I don't eat every day, but sometimes my body starts yelling at me about something it wants, and I'll crave it until I eat it. So,
I think it's all in moderation.
Hello, Rachel.
I stay away from the fast foods, but I don't think I think some are just a little bit too regiment on the diet thing, and I might be speaking out of term, but
Robin always says, "Do you do you."
yeah,
Try
that's
to bless
exactly.
try to bless your food before you eat
Yeah.
it. No matter
That's
what
funny.
it
I was
is.
gonna say that thing Robin always says too, honey.
Yeah. And so when I'm eating my church's chicken, I always bless it before I eat it. You know?
We
And
are
I don't like
creators.
I don't like a lot of fast food either, but I have to have church's chicken at least every couple of months.
I don't like fast food either.
I just don't like
I
what
gave up
I've
eating
heard about
hamburger.
it.
I don't eat
Yeah.
hamburger or pork either anymore.
Now,
It's just
I'll eat meat if I know I'm fortunate enough to know the butcher and the farm that it comes from and how it's raised. I think that has in my personal opinion, that has a big. If everything is done with moderation and love, and they're treated well, and they're celebrated, just
The
like they did
energy.
back in the day.
Mhm.
They celebrated the animal when it was that end of lifetime, and they cherished them, they worshiped them, and they celebrated every piece of them. And I
Well, and when they did sacrifice them, they told them thank you for the
Yeah.
sacrifice, and they weren't raised in fear or killed
Right.
or
unalive.
unalived in fear.
Yeah.
So that I think that's something that Robin and I have talked about is the energy that's in the food is important too. But again, I just try to bless it before I eat it. And since I don't eat very often, when I do eat, I want to enjoy it. I don't want to be worrying about what I'm eating.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just can't stand pork or hamburger. It tastes gross.
Well, I agree. The
It's
butcher
like
I
no
go to is
flavor.
good. It's the hamburger I get is freaking awesome, but it's a good butcher.
Well,
Pork, I'm still very.
we raised pigs, and that's pigs, chickens, geese, ducks, and
Yeah.
all the things. And that's all the food we ever ate was what we grew. We had a couple of acres of garden. That's the reason people had children back in the day when my parents had children.
Isn't that the truth? Oh my God, I haven't heard that in a long time.
Well, that was the reason. That's the reason they had 5 of us, was so we could work the garden.
Yeah.
I had my own farm. We lived on an acre of land. I had to take care of 13 brothers and sisters, 356 rabbits.
We had a lot of rabbits.
Rats.
Yeah.
Now I bet you know how they multiply.
Yeah.
Well, it was hard as a kid because you go out and you take care of them every day.
Yes.
And you can't help but get attached and give them names.
Because when we raised them,
you go out to feed and take care, and Larry's missing. And then you go in and guess what's for dinner? And
Yeah, my mother did that to me. She took my favorite rabbit. She told me to go out and execute my rabbit so they can eat. And I'm like, no. And then I got beat for it. So,
Mm.
but yeah, we raised them for show because she used to do shows with them. We used to like get grand prizes. We had New Zealand dwarfs,
Oh, wow.
Australians. We had a bunch of different kind of
that's,
French lops.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
That
we
is cool.
We
we
just
had a
had regular
lot of them.
rabbits.
They were, I tell you what, 356 rabbits was crazy.
That's a lot of
The
rabbits.
whole
Gordon.
backyard was cages.
Oh my
And then
gosh.
we'd use the manure for the garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we had like 9 dogs, and she used them for hunting.
Yeah.
And they were
We
like,
had those dang geese, and living in Arkansas, everybody's house was on stilts. And
Huh.
when you'd go up the stairs, those crazy geese would be hiding underneath the stairs, and they'd get up and then scrape down your legs.
I've never heard that.
Geese are vicious.
I had a lot of meat on Earth, and I think the bear was greasy. Geese were greasy.
Yeah.
Duck were greasy.
Not if you cook it wrong.
Yeah.
I never
Me
had
and
I never had Rocky Mountain oysters though.
Oh,
Uh,
we did. We get frogs, and we dug.
Oh yeah, frog legs. Oh
bugs,
yeah.
and we lived there was a bayou down the road, across the road, and
I used to catch them with my hand.
yeah, we get whatever out of that bio. I can't believe we actually ate things that came out of that nasty bio. And then we swam in it, and things I would never let my children do.
Hmm.
You know what we used to do here on the acreage? We used to have pheasant.
Oh
And
God, pheasants are
Beautiful.
good.
my dad was German, and he goes, "Oh, I'm going to show you how we catch the German way." And I'm like, "Okay." Well, he used to ferment a bunch of fruit in a big gallon canning jar, and he would get a big thing of feed and mix that fruit in the seed, and we put it out in piles out in the it was so bad, out in the field, and these pheasants would flock to it and eat it. Well, they don't run or fly very good after they eat a little bit of that, and they're pretty darn easy to catch. And so we would have pheasants, once a month.
That's not very
With a li-
sorting.
No, it's not. It's pretty lazy as far as I'm concerned, but it was funny to watch.
Well, I had
Shame
an
on me.
uncle that had peacocks and pheasants.
Oh, wow.
And peacocks are mean too.
They're
Yeah,
ornery.
really. Well, turkey toms, peacocks, and geese. Those are the things I will run from.
Yeah. But peacocks, they get squealing, and you
Yeah.
think it's a woman crying for help.
Yeah.
Help!
And
Help!
they're very destructive.
They can be. I get turkeys that come through every once in a while.
I had a patient that was out on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and they had all the things, the mad pig dog and the pit bull, turkey toms, peacocks, geese, a bazillion cats. They had like 4 couches out around the clearing house, and I would go out there every 2 or 3 times a week. And I went one day, and the ambulance and the sheriff were there, and they were there for a different reason, not my patient, thank goodness. But the poor sheriff, he came running up to me, and he's like, explaining, and he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm here to, see my patient." He said, "You don't come out here by yourself, do you?" I said, "Yeah." And he turned around, and the whole back pocket of his pants was gone. And the turkey tom had just bit his butt. Good. And I explained that's why I had the tools I had in my hands. I always carried things with me to keep the peacocks and the geese and the turkey palms away because it was dangerous. You know, I was more scared of them than I was of the dog.
Yeah, they can be.
I've had some wild experiences driving out here in this West Texas ranching areas.
We had
But,
a meter reader threaten to sue us because our geese attacked him.
well, I don't blame him. Geese are mean.
No, they're vicious. They're vicious. I didn't blame him either. I felt so bad. He was down. He was bent down reading the meter, and they got him right in the right.
Right in the peanuts.
I heard yes, and I heard him scream, and I went running out there. And what had happened is we had this crazy dog that did not like the geese being pinned up, so he would open the gate and let them out all the time. And that's the only thing that kept us from being sued, was that they had actually had a pinned in area they were supposed to be in, and they had just gotten out. Which he would have gotten absolutely nothing, because we were stone cold broke. We were living in a mobile home that had been basically abandoned. This guy had let us move in it. He owned it, but he didn't want to do anything with it. And he told us, if y'all want to live there, he says it's not very livable, but y'all can do whatever you want to with it. And we lived there for 4 years. He was a really nice guy.
That was nice of him.
Yeah, he was a really, really nice guy. It was a house, it was a mobile home, an old derelict mobile home, like a 1970, maybe 2 model mobile home on 10 acres of land.
Well, heck, you could live outside and sleep in there at night.
Right? Yeah. So we lived there for 4 years, and then we ended up having to move because we had to get a job. Our job ended. We worked right across the road from where we were living, which was quite convenient. And our unfortunately, the place of business we were working got closed by the state because they found it was a children's school. It was a home for abused children, is what it was. It was called Odyssey Harbor. Y'all could probably look it up. And they found a lot of abuse going on in the homes with the children that were already abused children. They were already they were not just abused, but they were children that were like emotionally disturbed. I worked there for 3 years, and then they closed the doors on it. So we ended up having to move into town so we could get a job where we could, get to and from work. But yeah, that was a real. I was an assistant chef at that children's school. My husband was a maintenance man.
That's an interesting story. We all have some pretty wild life experiences, don't we?
Yeah, we all do. It's really wild how many different experiences we've all had, and similar experiences. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to monopolize the conversation, ladies.
So good. I got to get going because I got to go to sleep. But I wanted to share something, which is originally why I asked to come up here tonight. If you don't mind, can I have a minute of the floor? I would like to add something because I think it's a great topic. Earlier, you guys were talking about the gal on the radio show. And we're talking about meditation. And then you guys mentioned about how she was really hitting that you got to be able to meditate for 3 hours. And then you made a comment about, fucking 3 hours, that's a long time, man. Shit, try 5 minutes. But anyway, I wanted to share something that I've learned along my way. And I was very fortunate to learn it early on after I woke up, and never meditated a day in my life or a moment in my life. But I'd start doing Pilates. Do you guys know what Pilates
Yeah.
is?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So I learned
Yep.
I learned breath work before I woke up. And I also got in better shape, better stretching. I realized stretching was very important for these avatars. Uh, and so I was kind of blessed with that training. But then I learned, I was watching this spiritual gal that kind of opened me up and helped teach me some things. She was a teacher early on YouTube. And I saw a later video after I had started meditating. I always concentrated on my breath. That's how I get into meditation.
Right.
And I always felt like I could meditate in the middle of a gun battle back in the 1700s and the bullets are buzzing by my head. But if you can maintain a meditative state in that, you know you can do it anywhere.
Yeah.
And I always imagined that I could do that. I could go there. I could be there. I could hear and feel it go by my ear and still maintain a meditative state. Okay, so, I mean, that's extreme, okay? And to expect people to be able to do that is really, I think, ludicrous, okay? That's a huge expectation. Now, maybe some of the best of the best, that's something they can do. And it's good. I mean, 3 hours of meditation, I can't even imagine it. But I found out that and I tried to help coach some people too, but people aren't necessarily very open to it. Maybe it's because I'm crazy, but whatever. But I realized that this teacher had said something that stayed with me. And she was a big spiritual guy. I can't remember. She's in Portugal. But anyway, she said, the ticket to being in the flow, and you guys all know what I mean, to being in the flow, right? That right vibration, that right energy. You're just flowing down the water,
Yep.
right? And it is a nice place. I wouldn't say it's euphoric, but it's extrasensory when you're there. And so she made the statement, and it always stuck with me, and it always comes back to me every now and then. It reminds me, is that if you can, and again, using your breath work, I think is key. It's like the key in the ignition. You can get right into a meditation through your breath work. This is how I do it. And I like it easy and simple. I mean, so, but concentrating just on breath, doesn't matter if the TV's going or radio's going, because you got to be able to learn how to block that out. You know what I'm saying? It helps not to have it, but if it's there, you still got to be able to do it. Right. And then you flow more like halfway meditative. So I'm saying, okay, maybe you meditate for a couple of minutes, maybe a minute. Maybe you get into a song and you meditate through the song that's playing on the radio. But then to keep that going, you try to be in a balance of halfway meditative state. So you're still kind of in that little higher vibrational realm that's flowing, but you still got a foot in the like what's going on, like especially if you're like driving, you still got to pay attention, right? I mean, you still got to like know how to brake and drive. So it's finding that, and I'm not saying it comes naturally, but it's something I think if you're aware of, it has helped me maintain a very more calming, and sometimes, I know it'll shock you, but I go into really high vibration, but it's a little intense. And if I'm having a rough time, and the same intensity, but a rough time, that's usually the time I break it out, is to try to get back into that. I'm not saying it always works, but it sure doesn't hurt you,
Well,
especially on those days where you
works.
want to try to get into the flow. Oh, I'm bringing back the hum too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
love the hum. I hum every day now.
when I
Yep.
started learning about quantum energy and healing touch, I got the breath work, and I already had the humming down because I think I was born humming, and that's just I've just always,
That's awesome.
the minute I get stressed or whatever, I start
Yeah.
humming.
I'm
And
beginning to hum. There's a guy that has the whole thing. Is like a spiritual whatever dude, but he's all about the hum. Like he's copyrighted the shit. He trains people on the hum. I got an invitation to the hum training. I didn't go, but
why? Yeah, why pay for that?
well, I mean, but hum, like he said, in his intro video, it's like the easiest thing that every single person can do. All of us can hum, and I've gotten to think about that. What if that's tied into your personal frequency? When you are in a good vibratory state, right? Maybe you're in the flow, or you're even higher. Maybe you're in the Kundalini, but then you begin to hum, and how that makes you vibrate. What if that's tied into because we all have a frequency that's tuned to our soul. And I know that. I've heard it too many times to not believe that.
I agree.
And that's
I-
But
probably
maybe
agree.
that hum is, my
It
voice
also-
changes the higher vibration I get. So,
And it
Think about when
produces
you're in the
more
womb.
nitric oxide in our brains.
yeah.
Brings more circulation up there. And I think that too increases our vibrational.
Well,
I
I
like
certainly
that.
need some more circulation in the brain. I definitely know I need that.
I think we could all use that.
I read into that about the humming and what it does, and I learned that it creates more nitric oxide. I used to say nitrous nitrous oxide, not
Nitric
the one that
oxide.
makes you sleep.
Right.
The other one.
Also with the humming, it also helps your chakras.
Open
I,
up.
I don't know how I know that, but
It's true.
yeah, I had that feeling too, brother.
I
Well,
don't
I
know
had that
where.
feeling too. Yeah,
Um,
because they're all vibratory. But if it's your vibration, wouldn't that naturally lend to healing your chakras or balancing your chakras because it's your vibration?
Yeah, that's funny. I just didn't know where that came from.
yeah.
I was just sitting here and I was like,
Well,
doesn't it
Richard,
help your
It just
chakras?
popped
Richard.
right out there.
Richard Gordon
cool.
has a whole book on breath control and the 5 different techniques for breathing to increase your energy and, get your energy up, bring it up from your feet up to your pineal, down into your heart and out through your hands to heal. And it's just made a huge difference since I started learning how to do that.
I find myself humming it all the time. It's either like, I don't know what. I just start doing it and I'm like, where'd it come from?
Well,
I've woken myself up before humming in my
Yes.
sleep.
and I sing.
I also
and,
talk
That's
in
funny.
my sleep.
yeah, I do all that. Yeah, but they used to call me the happy hippie at work.
Well, if you weren't playing with the sea moss.
Well, we'd be in the middle of a code, and I'm doing chest compressions, and I'm humming.
Humming while you're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They liked it. They said it calmed everybody. So
Yeah.
They were happy.
Well, I equate the humming to like when you were a kid, you ever go underwater and you could hear all the people talking, but you couldn't understand what they were saying. It was more of a hum.
Yeah.
I equate that to that. The what the sounds that you would hear from in the womb, the
That's true.
of the different sounds of voices, the vibration of their different voices.
And it's also funny because I notice sometimes, and I just do it, and I don't know why. Sometimes I do like things like this or different ones, and I start humming.
Your mood.
I have no idea where.
Mudras. They call them mudras. When
I have no idea. It just happens. It's like one day, like the other day, I was so mad. I went. I'm like, and then somebody brought
Self-soothing.
that up, and I'm like, holy crap, that's one of the chakras. That's one of the chakras opening up things, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I'm doing
But it
this
cal-
randomly.
It calms you down too, and gets your vibrations up, gets you out of the fight or flight.
Callium.
Where
I
we've
tell
had emergent, any emergent thing that happened, everybody's adrenaline shoot up, and our cortisol levels were out the roof,
Yep.
and you had to do something to bring down the energy in the room, to either bring it up or down or whatever, but you had to get the chaos under control. So humming was just, I just did that as a kid, and it used to irritate everybody.
My brother, he used to do it all the time. It used to drive me completely ballistic. He would sit there and go, and I'm like, oh my God, stop. I'm like, Mom, tell him to stop. He's driving me
Well,
nuts with that
Stop what?
that
I,
humming. It was
I said hi.
he
I
was
said
Okay.
hi, Callium.
I was just very happy that I finally found a place at work where people were happy to hear me hum. You know, because at home that was not the case. They were always irritated.
he used to do that. It used to drive me bonkers. Now I know that it's probably his vibration trying to get in tune with everything.
Or he was trying to irritate me.
All of that. But no, I don't
Probably.
think I don't think it was an irritation thing. I think most likely because he was doing it sometimes when he was in the room alone,
Mm.
and he
It
would
was a
always
self-soothing thing for him. He was soothing himself.
because it used to drive me
He was on the
crazy.
spectrum, I would imagine. 'Cause
Oh
I
my!
rock, and I'll hum to
Everything
soothe
that your
myself.
family went through, Brim, your brothers and sisters had to have some kind of coping mechanisms. Good grief.
Yeah,
Yep.
there was a lot of us. I took care of them all.
Are you the
You were the
oldest?
oldest,
No,
but you were the emotionally oldest. Because you took care of all them.
Where did you fit in the ranking? Where were you?
I
Number
was the
10?
seventh child and the seventh son,
Whoa.
Boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom.
and I was born September 7th at 7:07.
Whoa. Lots of sevens.
Yeah.
There's your sign.
I read a whole
Ah, yeah.
sci-fi series about the seventh son. It was pretty amazing.
I know nothing about it. I just hear
It
what
was
people
like
tell me.
14 books.
It's pretty,
It's a
pretty interesting.
it's a witchcraft thing also. It's
Yeah, it
a
is.
thing in witchcraft. It's the seventh child of a seventh child and the seventh generation of the seventh generation kind of
There's
thing, you
a
know.
movie about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With, you should watch it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
You
kind of old
really
though, isn't it, Yo-Yo? I
Yeah,
mean,
it is.
Huh?
it's kind of old. Hadn't been around
Yeah.
a while.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah.
I didn't see. What's his Bobby leave?
He did. He slipped
He
right
just
out.
he just
Oh,
took his exit when he could.
I was drawing.
Mm.
I was gonna tell him because I know Christina's into the bee thing, but I have been recently trying different ways of meditation, and I've been utilizing YouTube, and I go on there and I listen to the bee vibrations, and that's a fantastic way to get into meditation.
I've come
Also,
across those actually. I
oh,
haven't
they have
really looked at
them.
them.
They do. They have them on YouTube,
Yeah,
and
I'm
also
on YouTube all the time.
the ones with this lady. She you know those machines that they put on the trees or the plants, and it gives you the vibration and makes the sound.
Isn't that cool?
That I
Mhm.
want to get
Yes,
one.
and then they display and it comes, but you can put music. They put music to it.
Yeah.
It's fantastic to meditate to. Also, like I've been doing that with like a lot of nature stuff with my meditations lately, and it's really helped.
Yes, yes, and it's getting cooler now, so I can't meditate in the pool anymore. So
You always got the tub. That's what I do.
I do too. I spend hours in there in my
Yeah.
I sit outside in my hammock.
It was funny because it was like 5 in the morning, and my son's mother goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm in the bathtub." She texts me at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "What are you doing?" "I'm still in the bathtub." She goes, "What the hell are you doing in the bathtub for that long?" I was like, "I was in pain and I needed some spiritual healing."
Yeah.
She goes, "You in that
And
bathtub?"
water. Water is my element, I think. Water and
Oh
the
yeah.
dirt. I like to get in the dirt, get my feet and my hands in the dirt. Just
Well, I know water's mine for sure. I'm a Pisces anyway, so you know
yeah. Yeah.
it's a water sign.
That's awesome,
and it's
Callium.
always been
But cats been lately acting crazy. Cats are like all over the place, and they're like I
Yeah.
don't know you. What do you want from me?
Right. They
It's like,
follow mine's just following me around and meowing and pawing at me, and if I'm not looking at him, he takes his paw and moves my face, so I'm looking right at him. And
He's like, pay attention to me.
evidently, and
it,
Yeah.
there
he's
was a
very
thing.
I don't even.
moody.
How do you like this one, guys? I don't even own a cat, and I'll be sitting outside watching the sky, and I'll have all the neighborhood cats coming up to me.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. I don't even own a cat. I was sitting outside looking up at the stars, smoking, and the next thing I know, I've got about 4 cats
Yeah.
rubbing up against my leg. I'm like, what is up with you? What's up with you?
There's something about that. You know what,
They're
guys?
like,
'Cause
hello, my friend.
I have a cat that I don't know if y'all heard that I was out
Yes,
here
you pretty kitty.
out in the yut one night, and I looked up, and these big, beautiful golden eyes were just staring at me, and I'm like, what is that? Because I couldn't see it. I could not see, and he's a gray blue. He's
Mm.
beautiful, and I'm like, and it just
He's
kept
yours
watching me.
now. He's yours now.
Now he in 3 days he was in my lap,
Yeah.
and come to find out, my dragon is silver. I
Oh.
have a, I think I have, I think he's my elemental.
I told you your
I
dragon
think,
was silver, didn't I?
I don't know if you ever did, but you're right.
Yeah, it was silver and purple.
You are he
That's
is.
it. I think my neighbor's cat down the street, Dale. He's a big, huge Maine Coon, and that
Oh, I love
cat
Maine Coons.
loves me and just shows up out of the blue. He's next to me.
Well,
I'll be walking. He runs from the woods and he comes running up to me. I think he's my elemental. And there's another cat that I don't even know where he comes from, and he's very cool looking. He looks more like I don't know, like a cheetah, or what are the ones with the spots that are really cool?
Metallic.
Not
Leopard.
cheetah, a leopard.
cheetah,
Ship.
leopard, yeah.
Shippers and
Yeah,
leopards
okay,
both have
but he's
spots.
like he's so cool. He just appeared behind me, like out of nowhere. I didn't hear him come nowhere. He just all of a sudden I saw something, felt something behind me. I said, "Oh my God, what's behind me?" Kind of like you with the eyes, yeah. And I turned around. I'm like, "Oh, please let this be something friendly." And it was a cat. And I've never
Really?
seen this cat before in my life. But he hung
I
with me for a
think
couple
because
hours and disappeared.
I
Well,
think
when I
because
asked
the
my
veil
spirit,
is so
when
thin.
I asked them about the cats, and I was like, why? Some of the cats used to run from me, and I'm like, and I was curious about it, so I went in and I asked, Epi and all of them. I was like, what's up with the cats lately? And she started to giggle, and I'm like, why? Why are you giggling? What is up with that? Usually, when you're giggling, it means something. She said the cats are aware of the high vibrational, high spiritual people. So the cats are going to start coming towards them.
That's cool.
Well, my mine sit around and stare at me constantly and climb up all over me and rub and meow and like they're trying to communicate or something.
Yeah.
And I was
All
talking to somebody the other day. You want to hear something cool? I was talking to somebody the other day helping with the spiritual stuff, and she's like, we got this weird cat that came out of nowhere. And I'm like, well, and the cat, she goes, this cat won't leave me alone. And she showed it on camera, and this cat, no matter where she went, it was a stray, she said, it came out of nowhere, and it won't leave her alone. It followed her everywhere. And then I talked to her son, and when I talked to her son, he said he's seen a cat too, but a different kind of cat, and he described the cat, and I'm like, why does that sound familiar? The way he described the cat sounded familiar, and I'm like, wait a minute. So then, later on in the conversation, her husband got home, and he was like, he told his wife, which was the person I was talking to, she goes, he just told me, it kind of freaks me out. I'm like, what do you mean? She said, well, when he came on, he seen the son, we'll call him Jaden, was standing in the yard. He said he seen a woman an Egyptian or a native woman behind him with a cat. And all of a sudden, it clicked on me what was going on. That, and then there was another clue. I did you know how some people, she wanted a card reading, and I kept doing a card reading, and the sun card kept coming up. And I'm like, what is going on? There's a sign here with the sun, the cats, and this and that, and I was trying to figure out what was going on. Come to find out that it's Bassett was protecting her home.
Wow.
That's it. Yes. Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
I was like, holy
The
crap.
Egyptian god.
Yep, the Egyptian goddess, she protects home from evil. And that is where I was like, what in the world? How did I figure that out? That was,
She can also produce some pretty wicked shit too.
no, yeah.
Yeah.
And then like last night, I didn't say anything to anybody about this, but last night I went to sleep and I almost felt like cat fur was against me. I'm looking around and I'm like, why do I smell a cat? Why is there a cat near me? And then I had a dream that I was in Egypt and I'm like, oh, heck. and then there's this golden Persian cat walked up to me and was rubbing against my leg in this dream. I'm like, okay, I get it. All right, I get it. But
Nymphs,
yeah,
yes.
I was
Callie, I'm
totally.
talking about nymphs.
Yeah.
He had a nymph in his home years ago. Yeah, yeah. I've experienced that. They will hide stuff from you. They will take your things and hide them, and you'll be looking everywhere. You always put that stuff, and it won't be there. And then
Right?
you go out and you come back, and it'll be right where you looked at the very beginning. It'll be right in the place where
Oh
you
my
had first originally
goodness.
knew you put it.
Well, I have fairies that do that to me.
Fairies and nymphs
Okay.
both do the
Yes,
same.
I
Yes.
recently have a tree that showed up fairies, and I have things that were missing that showed up, and I have other things that have just gone missing. You
Well, I
know?
have a ghost child that does that to me because I have stuff laying around like certain stones, and I know I set them there, and then they're gone. And then about a month later, I go and look in the strangest place, and it's there. I'm like, how did you get there?
That's strange. Like me, I had this stuff with the fire that turns the fire rainbow. This sprinkle stuff. And I was waiting to use it. And a few weeks ago, we couldn't find that stuff nowhere. I couldn't find it. It was in my wallet for like a month too. I'm like, where is this stuff? I couldn't find it nowhere. Ripped my purses, both purses apart, wallets, everything, nowhere to be found. Well then, about last week, out of the blue, my bag of sea moss came up missing, you know? My friend had just dropped me off some beautiful green sea moss.
I love
Beautiful
that
bag
moss.
of it. Me too. And beautiful bag of it. I was so happy and excited. And I go to the store, I come back, my sea moss is missing. But the magic sprinkle stuff for the fire is back in my wallet.
That's
Oh my gosh.
I was
That's
like,
hilarious.
what the heck is going on? I still haven't gotten my sea moss back, and I've been asking them to please return it.
Dadgum things.
Give them some honey.
Little beasties.
Is that what I
Give
should
'em
do?
some
Leave some
honey.
Yeah,
change
give
out
them
for 'em or
a
something?
gift. Yeah. Yeah,
Find
offer them
something,
gifts.
find something
Put
to
a-
exchange
in
for
a
it.
paper cup, give them some root beer or cream, or give them some. When it's a new moon or full moon, they celebrate quite a bit. They love whiskey.
Yeah.
You put a little bit
Really,
of
whiskey.
Yeah.
I have to get some whiskey. I don't, not just for them, but you know, yeah.
Oh, yes, Trina. My keys
I love
are still
honey.
lost, too. Yes, my keys were never found.
I love honey whiskey.
Yeah.
It's very
Have
good.
you ever tried? Oh my gosh.
That's very
I
Jack
could
good.
Daniels
easily-
is my best friend.
I could very easily become an alcoholic drinking honey whiskey if I could afford it.
That still don't solve my problem with the ghost child that likes to pull pranks on me.
Yeah.
Let's see, what can you do? Make
You
friends
can-
with them. Get them a toy.
Well,
Yeah.
Get him a
probably.
toy. Give him a teddy bear or toys. Anything to distract him away from your things.
Well, I did actually. It's funny that you said that because I went to a. I needed to go to a food bank because I ran out of food one day last week, and I ran out of food. So, and I remember I totally forgot about. I know I have a female ghost spirit and a little boy that comes and follows me around because of something I did for them in another house. So they follow me around, and wasn't thinking about it at the time, but now seeing you said that. But when I was up in I was up in the thing where they were giving away stuff. I looked over, and I just happened to see this tiger, and I thought, I'm gonna give this to a little boy. I just grabbed the tiger and brought it home, and now it's sitting beside my bed, and I didn't put it there,
Mhm.
and it's still sitting there. And I'm like, because when I came in, I put it on my dresser right here near my TV, and I was like, I'm gonna move it, and then I noticed it was sitting on my bed in the corner. I'm like, huh? What's going
That's
on? You want to see it?
yeah.
Yes.
You just have a weird life, Brim. Really.
I know he does, huh? He got some interesting stuff happening.
I'd be scared to live with him, honestly.
You never know what's gonna disappear and reappear. If he's gonna be gone and disappear and reappear.
Oh,
End
that's
up in
cool.
Russia, you know.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's cool.
But I
So
had
what you
a
need to do is let them know that is theirs. That they can have that. They can't touch your things. That's theirs and only theirs.
well. All right, people don't laugh at me.
Never.
I have a
Well,
pi-
occasionally.
I have a
Put your balls out on the
I
table on
have a
that.
pink sloth with long arms.
Oh,
That's cute.
It
I love
disappeared.
dogs.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
It is. I cannot find that pink sloth, and I love that little pink sloth. It cost me a lot to get that pink sloth, and now it's gone. It cost me like, yeah, it is. It's pretty cute. It's got these long arms, and it's got pink fur. It's really cute, and I've had it for a while, for almost a year, but now it's gone. No idea where it is. I've looked everywhere. I've looked under the bed. I've looked around the bed, under my dressers, the toilet room part, looking for that damn thing. I can't find it.
yeah, that's right. Like he said down in the comments, trade them. Let them
Trade
say,
it.
hey,
Make a
you guys
trade.
can have the tiger. If you can bring me back my sloth.
Bring me my sloth back.
Mm-hmm.
Bring me my sloth. I love that sloth. You can have the
So
tiger.
Yeah,
I
that's
have a
how I
funny.
felt when my bag of moss was missing. Please bring me back my moss. You can have whatever you
No
want.
kidding. I'll give you my keys. Just give me the moss.
They already took
Have
my
my
keys.
keys.
Like they took my keys last year. They've been missing for almost a year.
Oh my gosh. I got a funny story to tell y'all. When I was a kid, we lived in a haunted house. Well, we lived
Oh.
in a lot of different haunted houses, but I was 12 and I had started smoking my parents' cigarettes. So when my mother noticed cigarettes missing, I would say, it was the ghost. They stole your cigarettes. I had my mother thoroughly convinced I was
Oh
not
my
smoking. It
goodness.
was ghost stealing her cigarettes.
my goodness.
Well, that was
That's
convenient.
hilarious.
Yeah,
I was a bad kid.
we
That's
all
not a
were.
bad kid.
No.
Nah, that's not bad.
Quit
That's just
saying
being a
that.
kid.
Quit saying you're a bad kid.
No, you're a beautiful child.
Oh, thank
Hey,
you,
I was
sweetheart.
a troubled child. I'd say I was a troubled child, but you know what? I look back and say I was just a kid. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we all went through our times in life. It doesn't make us bad for it, you know?
Yep.
Well,
Well,
my
Remember
I
also
was
see when
understanding
people
is
say, you're born into this world in sin. No, I'm
No,
not. You're not
no,
gonna tell me
no,
whether beautiful little babies that came out of my body had any sin in them.
no,
They were the most
absolutely
innocent,
not.
beautiful things in the world.
Yeah.
Until the world got a hold of them. Yes.
Yep.
When the world gets a hold of it, totally changes everything.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes.
It makes me sad when my oldest daughter, who's extremely religious, talks
Thank
about,
you.
tells her kids they were born in sin and saved and
Oh, that breaks my heart.
born
Thank you.
they were born filthy, and the only thing to save them is the blood of Jesus. It makes me very sad.
Thank you,
That is sad, honey.
Bean.
It's really sad.
My
Thank you,
grandmother
Bean,
was
for the
like that.
gifts.
I don't know where she came from. She wasn't like that. I did not
He's
raise her
like, whose
like that.
kid are you anyway?
Yeah,
I understand that.
I
Yeah.
didn't raise her like that. That's for sure.
Well,
But you know, we can do only what we can do,
this is
and
true.
you know, once they're out on their own, they have
They
their
have
own
their own
soul.
minds.
They have their
Yeah.
own soul journey, and we have to trust them on a soul level to know that they're
Absolutely.
doing what it is they're supposed to be doing. And all I can do is sit back and, you know, be there when the grandkids have questions.
Well, I
And
have the opposite problem with my daughter. She doesn't believe in God at all.
mm,
Refuses to believe in God. She actually said one time, "Hail Satan," which totally
oh,
broke my heart. Yes, I know. And I live
Will
with
she
her.
just say that to spite with you? Just to be
Yes.
spiteful?
Yes.
Okay.
To for shock purposes. For
Okay.
shock value.
Yeah.
And yeah. So, you know, it is what it is. And I pray every day for her, you know, and I know that God hears my prayers, because our relationship is it goes like this, and then it goes like this, and then it goes like this, and it goes like this.
Normal.
Yeah.
Normal.
But, you know, she's stuck with me. I've been living here with her for 12 years now, and you know, it's not wonderful having your parent living with you when you're an adult, because you have your own ways of doing things and your own style of doing
Yeah.
things, and I cramp her style. You know, I understand. You know, it's not a perfect situation for either one of us, but unfortunately, it is the way things are, and I can't afford to move, and she won't throw me out. So thank God for that, because if she was the worst type person, she could easily throw me out and say, "Too bad, you know, I don't care what you do." But she's not. She loves me, so I'm blessed by that. Whew.
well, I've
Absolutely.
instructed mine to just put me in a nursing home because I love bingo.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. When I
Well, I
pass
worked at a
on,
nursing home, and I told my family if they ever stuck me in our nursing home, I will die just so I can come back and haunt them, like very quickly. I would
I
rather be put out in the field in the pasture somewhere rather than put in a nursing home.
I
Well,
told the
some,
people that I'm there, I said, if I pass on and you bury me in this state, I'm haunting you for the rest of your lives. You better push me out to sea. Do something. Do not put me
I
in
want
this.
to be cremated.
yeah,
Do
me
not
too.
bury me in this state. I do not want to be in this state. Send me somewhere. Throw me out of a plane somewhere. Throw me off a mountain. Don't. Do not
We,
put me in this state.
we made all those arrangements already. I mean, we already know. We did everything the way we want it done, and we have it all in paper and the lawyer seal and the whole thing. They can't change anything. And we put it in our will that if any one of them tries to contest anything in the will, they're automatically out. They get nothing.
Yeah.
So they
Good.
better be nice to one another.
That's good. Good job, honey.
You know, I don't
Yep.
want. I've seen too many people turn into just
Oh,
strange
they do. They
people.
do.
You
They get
know,
Yeah, I
wicked.
just went through a situation. I know a guy. He was in an accident and passed away, and his children got a lot of money, but the son wasn't his by blood, but he adopted him and raised him. And it had gone to both of them because he was considered his child. And the daughter, all of a sudden, who had no problems with the brother her whole life, is now not talking to him because he got half the money.
Oh, wow.
I have seen the
Mm-mm-mm.
worst
Isn't that
side
so
of
sad?
humanity.
So sad over money, you know?
Right. The worst things come out during a crisis when people are critically ill or when they're
Absolutely.
on their way out to transformation. I have seen families literally rip each other apart over
Yep.
some little doodad in the house that they wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's the strangest.
And it's not
strangest
necessarily
thing.
financially. It's something not necessarily financially either. It can be just a simple, like little something that everybody wanted that was precious to everyone,
Yeah,
and they're all going to
like
tear each other apart about it.
my mom and her
Mm-hmm.
sisters. My mom's always been the black sheep of her family, you know. And when my grandma died, my grandma unalived, the sisters went down to the house and took everything. And after they took what they wanted, called my mother and said, "Oh, you can come down now."
Yeah.
And she got one of them got my grandma's mother's ring. And she plans on giving it to her daughter. And my mother and the other sister are like, "No, you're not, because that's not her mother. It comes to one of us after that." You know what I mean? Whichever
Mm-hmm.
sister is still here,
Right. Right.
you know? But yeah, they had a big war over it. I'm like, guys, you know what? Your mother's looking down at you like so disappointed.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like right now, my uncle's one just passed. The other one's on his way out. There's only a couple of them left. None of them are getting along. I'm like, this is horrible, you know? I don't even know what to do to try to help any of them, you know, because I'm trying to stand my mother at least in the right way, you know? But it's just a really sad situation how grown adults act in these type of
Yep.
situations.
Agreed.
Well, we're going through that. It's funny that we're talking about this now because I was talking about this earlier on my live with a friend of mine about how families can be. You just never know how people are going to behave when a loved one passes. And my brother and sister-in-law had moved in with my dad 6 months before he passed away. 3 days before my dad passed away, they had him sign a new will,
Oh my goodness.
naming my sister-in-law, which was the same name as my mom. My sister-in-law had the same name as my mother, same first, middle, and last name because of her marrying my brother, and named her as the executor of the estate. And they now live in my dad's house. They're driving his cars. They've used all the money in his bank account, and none of us have gotten anything, just those two.
Wow.
And so we're not fighting it. We're not arguing over it. We're just letting it be because there's not really any point, because by the time they get through at that house, it won't be worth a darn. Because my brother is one of these type of people that if there's a wall in the house, he needs to put a hole in it so he can see if he can make the room bigger.
That's right.
And
When
he's
my
done
dad
it.
passed,
He's
sweetheart,
done it
when
with
my dad
every home he's
passed,
ever lived in. Mm-hmm.
my father's new wife, who wasn't even with them that long, to be honest, I don't know him really after if you look at the picture, the big picture, took everything. And all I wanted was our family pictures. And my brother, he had left. He wanted my brother to have he had some heirloom fishing equipment that came from our great, nothing to do that she could get money from, nothing for nothing. It was just family stuff.
Sentimental value.
Promised them to us. We didn't even get those. She took every penny, sold everything of his, threw everything out. And we were just so disgusted by the whole thing. And like I said, I don't care about the money because money is nothing to me. I've never been rich, never had it, never will, and I don't care. And when I do,
Same.
when I do, I wouldn't be for long because I'd give it all away, you know?
Right? Yep.
You know, I
Yep.
would be helping everybody in the world. You know, I'd make sure everybody was happy. I couldn't just be happy. That's just how I am. But all I wanted was those pictures, and I was so sad that this woman was that greedy that she couldn't even mail me pictures that I offered to pay for the postage. You know what I mean? It's just
Hateful.
It's just
It's
crazy.
hateful.
Yes, I don't understand people. You know.
Yeah.
I wish I did. I wish I could
47
just shake some of these people and say, "Hey, wake up!" You know.
47 years of watching families just tear each other apart at
Yep.
the worst times of their lives when they need to be together. They need to be supportive of one another, or they turn around and take it all out on the medical team. You know,
Yeah.
they're just furious because grandma cooks Thanksgiving every Thanksgiving. What are we going to do for Thanksgiving? Well, grandma had a stroke. She's not getting out of here and cooking your Thanksgiving. So
Y'all
can
are
you
gonna
not
have to
be
figure that
nice?
stuff out.
Can you not be nice to your grandmother and let her have a peaceful transition? You're not saving her for Thanksgiving. That's just, I saw the strangest things. Strange.
It's bananas, honey. My uncle who's sick right now. I have a cousin who's very greedy, very manipulative, and she was nowhere around in this uncle's life. And when he got sick, she was right there at the hospital for some reason. We all knew why. The whole family knows why.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tricked
Same with my
him. He
brother
didn't
and
know what he was
sister-in-law.
signing. He thought he was just signing for her to be his proxy at the moment. Turns out she had signed on to his house and all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
And my uncle found out about what her and her daughter was supposed to help take care of him. Found out they were doing sneaky stuff. He asked them to leave the house. She had stolen money out of his bank. And she put the money back real quick. And then proceeds to call his doctor and say he's losing his mind because he didn't want her to have nothing to do with her. Because she was very greedy, And that was a whole other thing. He had gone back and forth to Puerto Rico and had very beautiful gold jewelry, and he had a beautiful gold cross. He wanted to go to my mother. She has that cross, my cousin. So there's a big thing about that right now, and I'm like, you know what? I want to snatch it off her neck, but I'm like, I got to control myself. And you know what? I told my mother it don't matter because everything's going to come back on her somehow, Everything we do. And it's sad to say that, but it will be taken care of. Oops.
Well, my mom started giving me all her things.
All right. Yeah. Hurry back.
Mom started giving me all her things beforehand. She would call me and say, or I was over there almost every day anyway. And she'd send me home with something, or she'd bring me something, so she'd been giving me things for over 10 years. And after her transition, it was several months later, my oldest brother called me and wanted to know what happened to this one particular tablecloth that my mother had tatted. And I don't know if you know anything about any of that, but it's a very difficult thing to do. And she had tatted an entire tablecloth. It's like a top. Wow. And she gave it to me a long time ago, and he was wanting to know where it was. Where was it? Why wasn't it in her things? And I'm like, listen, brother, you had a lot of stuff that you sold. You immediately turned around and sold it. And you're not getting anything else. And this is stuff that's been at my house for years, and you're not getting it. So get over it. And it really... He didn't talk to me for quite a while, but, it didn't really matter to me at that point. If you're so selfish, but I got things that meant something to her. They may not have had a lot of monetary value, but they had a meaning for her. And that's why she gave it to me. And I just, was grateful for her china set that she saved that she got one piece at a time at the grocery store for I
know that china. Yep, I know that.
And I have that china, but she gave it all to me way before, and he wanted that, and I'm like, you're not getting it.
My grandmother had done that for all of her daughters. Bought those sets of china like that for all of her daughters, all three of her daughters, and my sister had my mom's china. Now I have it. It's in our attic. I've got sherbet dishes. Well, they're dessert dishes that are that are crystal with little stars etched into it.
Oh yeah,
that are like over 150 years old. That were my great somebody's down the lines. Came from Virginia with them to Texas, and how they're still intact, I don't know. Pray they're still intact. But yeah.
When my father died, my sister and her husband swooped in, went through everything in their house, and took anything of any value.
Yeah.
And my mother, witnessing that, made me executor of her estate and wrote my sister that did that with my father's stuff, wrote her out of the will, and made me loosey-goosey of the family executor. But I know how
Bless
to
your
stand
heart.
up. I know how to stand up to my big sister, and she's like just losing her shit over the fact that I'm
That
executor.
you're the one that's in charge. She's like, how dare you be in charge?
I'm the one in the family who cares the least about.
Material
Oh,
things.
that's
Right.
I want the Fostoria, and it's like I don't give give two shits about Fostoria, and so my mother's like, oh yeah, Suzanne can be executor.
Yeah.
And when my sisters called me so many damn times, like mother had this chest just for jewelry. Well, it was full of costume jewelry, and some of mother's some stuff disappeared at the hospital. Let's just say that. And it was she had COVID, so I don't know whether it was the people in the nursing home that took her earrings or if it was the hospital, but some of her jewelry that she always wore that happened to have diamonds in them disappeared. So
That's common
anyway,
too.
but
I saw
I
that
don't
a
wear
lot.
diamonds anyway. I've got some, and they're in the top drawer of my dresser. So it's like I don't need more diamonds because I'm not going to wear those either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, my dad's will was totally 100% illegal. The will that they had him sign, because number one, he had COVID, which he already had dementia. He had already been diagnosed with dementia. He didn't recognize the last time he saw me. He didn't recognize me. He thought I was my daughter. Now my daughter is 5'2", and I'm 5'7".
yeah,
I'm white. My daughter's brown.
Yeah.
So him not knowing who I was very weird. So that told me that, yeah, his dementia has progressed. Well, in the hospital, when my brother and sister-in-law moved in with my dad to take care of him, which, take care of him, they wanted to push him into the grave faster is what they wanted to do. They had their son come and live with them that was working at a bar, and he would go out and not only was he working at a bar, but he was also doing heavy DRUGS. And so he was constantly being exposed to COVID. So he exposed my dad to COVID. So my dad got COVID. He's in the hospital. They're wanting to put him on a ventilator. He's refusing it. He's fighting them. And they have him sign a will 2 days before he dies.
Mm.
And then they probated it. They probated it. That's the fastest probate of a will I have ever in my life witnessed. Not that I've witnessed that many probates of wills, but anyway, it was really quick. It was like within 2 months it was probated. And
What
it
I
usually
did-
takes longer.
what I did with the money was it was supposed to be split. Five. There were 5 kids. It was a blended marriage, so it was 5 kids. 2 of the children have passed away, so their money goes to their kids. So what I did was I took my older sister's share because she had, I think it's statute of limitations is 2 or 3 years. I can't remember which. So I didn't, I have an older stepsister who knows about it, but the rest, so we're the last 2 siblings that were included in the will that are still living. And so there's 4 kids that have more money coming to them that don't know they have more money coming to them. And my other stepsister and I decided that we would just keep that as a surprise. And so I put that in a separate, I had my bank make a separate little savings account to put the money in to wait out the statute of limitations because she was married to one of the top lawyers in my state.
Mm.
So I wanted that money set aside in case she shouldn't be able to win a lawsuit, but her husband just might because
Yeah, grease the wheels. Yeah.
he was that good. Well, he has since died, and the statute of limitations is up, so I can divide up that money. But I didn't want to send all that money out to everybody, and then try to get money back from anybody, and it was safest away from my share was safest away from me anyway. So anyway, so pretty soon the other kids are going to get a surprise because, like, the first time they were like, "Oh my God, I've never seen this much money in my life." It was really fun to be able to go, "Guess what? You now have a down payment on a house." So anyway,
Well, the weird thing about my dad's will is that he left 20% to each of his stepsons, which we don't know why that was. I think my brother did that so there wasn't any question because one of them is a lawyer. 10% to me, 5% to each of my sisters, and my brother got 30%.
What?
Yeah.
they wrote that.
Yep,
Oh.
they did. They sure did. Named his wife as the executor,
Yeah.
and they are living in the house. They're not paying rent. They've been living there for 3 years now since my dad passed, and absolutely nothing has been done to settle the estate.
Yeah, you need a lawyer.
Yeah.
They don't. I don't have the.
You need to be married
See, they
to a
know.
lawyer.
They know that I don't have the money for a lawyer. Me and my other sister don't have money for a lawyer. And my sister that does have the money for a lawyer doesn't give a shit. She doesn't need the money. She doesn't want the money. She doesn't care. And she might now that my other sister's having to live with her because she lost her house.
I would just offer you the advice of just pretend it never existed.
Right, that's what I'm doing. I quit even trying to communicate with her about it or anything. I told my sister, and I really wasn't wanting it for myself. I was trying to get them to settle the estate so my sister wouldn't lose her house. Now she's already lost her house, so it's a moot point. If she got the money now, she would just end up using it to pay off her debts, and it would be so
That sucks.
yeah. And I'm living on under $1,000 a month, so I could really use that 30%. But you know what? It's just it's just stuff. It's just money.
My sister that is she's got more money than God.
I have family like that.
She's got 5 houses. They're all decorated like you wouldn't believe. The house that she lives in is 5 bedrooms, 4 baths. It's over 5,000 square feet. It's ridiculous that 2 people live
who
there,
needs that
much
much
less
room?
one. And when my mother was in the hospital dying, we knew that she wasn't coming home. She had given my daughter bought a house on her own with help of mommy letting her live here for a year rent free, where she got her down payment, by the way. She tends to leave that part out. But anyway, my mother gave her this really cool coffee table, and my older sister decided she wanted it. She called my mother in the hospital and screamed at her about it. And then she called my daughter and said, "I'll be by to pick up my coffee table." And my daughter said, "Grandmother gave me that table and I intend to keep it." And I was so proud of my daughter that day. I was like, "Good on you, girlfriend." And so she said, "I intend to keep it." And my sister texted her back and said, "Don't ever contact me again." I haven't spoken to my sister since because if anybody writes off one of my children, they also write me off.
Yep.
So when she calls me, I don't answer. And I haven't talked to her in at least 2 years now.
That's sad. But, you know, there's people come in and out of our lives in seasons. And sometimes you just have to
Absolutely.
distance yourself from those that are dragging you down. You just have to.
Absolutely.
You know, you can't. They may be your actual blood people, but they're not your people. So,
Right.
you know, you do the best you can. And
We're just driving an avatar.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we were talking about that earlier. You
It's just a meat suit.
you shine where you can and try to attract the people that want the same things you do, that value is, you know, and you can't lose your principles. Like
Right.
I was saying, your principles are the most important thing ever. And you can't lose your principles. You just can't.
And don't stoop to their level. Exactly.
No, it doesn't do you any good. And, you
Yeah,
know,
an attorney that I was speaking to actually suggested go move in the house with them. It's legally just as much yours as it is theirs. And I was like, you don't know my brother or me. That's a really bad idea because my brother and I, when we were kids, we used to fight each other until we were, you know, hurting bad, you know, cuts, bruises, everything, you know. It hasn't changed.
and it's not
Because he's one of those type of men that thinks I'll lay my hands on you and you won't do anything back. Well, I hate to tell he found out real fast when I had to turn him in for child abuse on his kids because my grandmother was babysitting his children and his son came up with a bite mark on his arm that was black. The bite, you could see individual teeth prints. And my grandmother brings me and shows it to me. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And so I called my brother. I said, do you know what happened to Chance's arm? And he was like, yeah, I bit him. I was like, you bit him? Why would you? He's 2 years old. This is a 2-year-old baby, okay? He says, he bit me, so I bit him back. He said, a child psychologist told him to do that. I was like, you're a liar. So I'm talking to my sister about it. My sister's a nurse. I was talking to my sister about it. I was like, I don't know what to do. It's a really bad, it's a really, really bad mark. Really bad bite. It was almost to the point of the skin being broken. Almost. And I said, I don't know what to do about it. And she goes, her husband was a police officer. He overhears our conversation. He goes, it needs to be reported. And I was like, well, Grandma's not going to report it. Grandma's the one that found it, showed it to me. Grandma's not going to report it. Grandma won't do that. And he says, well, somebody needs to, because if it found out and your grandmother knew about it and he goes to a daycare center or whatever and they see it and it gets reported, then it's going to come back on your grandma.
Yeah.
Because she's a caregiver. So I said, well, my grandmother's like, Melanie, you do it. You do it. You're braver than me. You do it. So I did. And my brother decided he was going to retaliate against me because I told him, I said, yeah, I did. I called Child Protectives because they needed to be called. You do not treat your child that way. I don't care what. And I said, and I want the name of that child psychologist because I want to file a lawsuit against them for telling you that on my nephew's behalf. Well, my brother shows up at our house and tries to get into a fight with my husband because he wants to get my husband to hit him so he can get him thrown in jail. Well, I get between them and I do not know what it was that he said, but all of a sudden I saw red and he was on the floor. I don't even remember touching him. My aunt was standing there. My aunt said, Melanie, I have never seen anybody move so fast in my whole entire life. And I wasn't a little bitty girl. I was about 275 pounds. So, you know, I had some weight on me, but I was like across that room and he was down. he went and tried to file charges against me and found out that he was going to end up in jail. All I had to do was tell the detective, file the paperwork. I'm coming down to sign. And he would have been in jail for retaliation, which is a much larger charge than just child abuse. But, my family's very dysfunctional. Sorry about that.
Well, I think maybe he deserves to be locked up. Biting
Absolutely.
2-year-olds. I mean, geez, oh,
Right?
Pete, how dumb
I know.
do you
I
have
told
to
him, I
be,
was like,
mister?
that's not even the half of it. His wife was it's just a whole bunch of stuff. They were under investigation for years by CPS. Years. And I wasn't the only. Her family called on them too. Her family called on them for sexual abuse.
Ooh.
Yeah. Which I don't think it was happening, but it was a question.
I know how you can get that house.
How's that?
Just report their asses for all their shit.
Oh God, there's so much stuff that he could be reported on. Oh my Lord. But like I said, it's so dysfunctional. It's just mind-boggling at how dysfunctional my family is. And I had told y'all before that my mother encouraged me to date a 25-year-old when I was 15. So, I mean,
I wasn't even allowed to date till I was 16.
girl, I was dating by the time I was 12. I went on a car date, my very first car date, all by myself with an 18-year-old man at 14. So, he was a guy that was a maintenance man that worked at our apartment complex. And my mother was like, okay, yeah, he's got a car. Let her go out with him. Yeah, that's a good idea.
He can fix stuff.
He can repair stuff. Yeah. Well, his family had money, so my mother was all one of those, money talks,
That's too bad. Way too bad. So did y'all flip out?
Majorly toxic.
Yeah.
She said she had to go. Her phone, she needed to get a charger, and I don't think she's made it back yet. Or maybe it was our topic of conversation. I'm sorry I brought the conversation down, guys. Let's change the subject. I'm sorry.
We'll end it on the beginning where we're all one. We're all together.
Absolutely.
We're a collective.
Absolutely.
And we're all going to be working on that vibration where we're all going to be lifting one another up.
Absolutely.
This is where we're going to be.
Absolutely.
Whenever we stumble, we'll help the other one up.
Can't hear you, Brim.
I'm changing my timeline so that when the earth splits, I'm going with y'all.
Absolutely. Me too.
I don't want to be left behind.
Well, I'm on the second wave, so catch me when my wave breaks, okay?
Well,
absolutely.
We're all going to be together, and we'll all be there to catch the ones that are falling through the nets.
Yep.
I'm just such a slippery fish.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Oh, I can't hear you.
We can hear you now.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, brat. We can hear you now, you brat.
You got a microphone, huh?
Whoa.
Well, I was listening to another guy that was talking about how so many of us are already living in the 5D. We've just kind of flipped over, and that's why these people are falling away.
Right.
we're not really noticing it at the time, but kind of looking up and realizing that, hey, we haven't seen or heard from somebody or some, mini
Can
body.
you hear me now?
And, we're just already functioning in that level. And so I'm hoping that we can just keep that vibration going, and we're going to have to depend on one another a
It's
lot.
it's gonna be like I said, like I've been thinking that since January, that there was that huge shift in January
Hmm.
is when I came back here and it became the year of the dragon, that there was a huge shift because I've noticed that there were certain people you talk to all the time, and they like some even spiritual. They were talking and it was all like blah 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 blah, and then like there's certain people I was talking to that sounded like blah 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 blah, and then there's ones that I couldn't understand to save my life. They would write paragraphs of information, and I'd look at it and go what?
Right? It's like in a foreign language. I'm like, what the?
Yeah.
I don't
And then
understand all of
like
this. What the?
when some other people were talking, and I'm like, I don't get what you're saying, but now it's like I get what they're saying, and the people that I used to understand, I can't understand them anymore. It's like, what are you speaking of? How could you even think like that? What is wrong with you?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Are you wired wrong? But then I come to realize that a lot of us are in that 5D mode, and some of us have gone down a couple levels in vibration because when you're higher, you can't understand the lower ones anymore because you're like, huh? And then as soon as when that split is going to get complete, like Honey was saying, that you're going to realize they're not even going to notice you were there anymore. They're going
Right.
to totally forget about you, and you're just going to go to another frequency. You're going to keep rising up, and you're going to meet these new people, and the ones that were still in that high level, they join you in that elevation, are going to be with you. They're going to remember you. But the ones that are down low, they're going to go, hey, wasn't that guy part of us at one time? Oh, no,
I
no, he
agree,
wasn't.
Callium.
And a lot of them, they're not going to remember you. And then it's going to
Yes, we've
come to
been doing it
pass.
since we were born.
And
I
when,
believe
yeah,
that too.
because my whole childhood was a massacre, and I don't remember
Right?
almost anything. There's certain things in my life I can't save my life. I can't remember any of it.
My sister doesn't remember. I'm the one I remember for all of us for some reason. I don't know why. My brother didn't remember a lot of the abuses that we went through and the stuff that we suffered from. But I remember it. And
It's
I think that was my job to remember the bad times for them, to take that off of them so they didn't have to remember it because they couldn't handle it and I could.
Well, I think it just slowly dawned on me over the years that people have different memories. They just do. I mean, they remember things completely differently than what you did or
Yeah,
do.
you can have the same experience and the same experience but different experiences in that experience.
Yes, my husband and I discuss that quite often. He has quite different memories from exactly. I mean, we experienced the exact same thing. We did the thing together, but his memory of it is completely opposite from what mine is. But it was just
Mhm.
that we were in different frequencies at the time we experienced it, so mine is different than his. And
Yeah,
so,
totally understandable.
you know,
Makes
we just
sense.
that's the way it's going to be. Is we're going to remember the things we need to, and then other
You,
people are going to remember it their way.
you remember see, and that's another thing, because I was sitting in someone's live I probably shouldn't have, and I was hearing them, and I'm thinking, oh my lord, let me stick my head in the door and slam it a couple times,
Mm.
because it didn't make a bit of sense to me, and I realized
Was it my life? No.
that
Oh, stop it.
they're not good. That they're not good at all. That I was feeling their negative energy, and it was like, this isn't suiting me. This is just a waste. I need to get rid of all that doesn't serve me, toss it to the wayside, and evolve into the better being that I am. And I was like, well, that's how we should do things too. Whatever is not going to suit us, and whatever we can't use to help us gain to a higher level, then there's no point of having it around.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I agree
we gotta get rid of
100%.
it some way. We gotta clear out. Like Yaya was talking about this last week, everything's been coming to the surface. It's all been bubbling up, and we just gotta get it out, purge it, and get rid of it, and then be done with it. That's just how we have to do.
And I realize that a lot of people are not moving on. They're staying in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't reside in the past. You only need to learn from the past. You don't need to stay in the past. Some of the past things can bug you, and you can still keep them in your mind, but don't give it any energy or any thought, because you're going to fall back in that rut that you were in before.
Yeah.
And you need to learn from that.
That
And
is-
if you choose to go into there to pull people out of those areas, then yes, but keep in mind, are you strong enough to do that?
Oh, hell yeah.
Are you going to be
Yeah,
are you going to
absolutely.
be are you going to fall into that rut and go back and listen to them with a goobly gabble, or I am the great ascended master, or I am the chosen one, or no matter who it is? Are you strong enough to handle that? You only need to go in there if you're strong enough to handle that. Don't put
Agreed.
yourself into that situation, and a lot of people put themselves into that situation. We're not realizing they're feeding that energy that hindered them all that time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't make
Yep.
it yours. You don't want it.
No.
You want to invite it in, and because it's too hard to get rid of.
Yep.
Once you invite it in, it's got, it takes up residence. And
Right.
you just have to toss it out and be done. So, I think my whole last 2 weeks of contemplation and meditation and just talking to all of you guys tonight has healed me so much. I'm not anywhere near the space I was in when I came in. And I appreciate
That's
you all
beautiful.
so much.
That's
It's
beautiful.
awesome.
Love you,
Especially-
honey.
Especially Loretta. Thank you, Loretta. I know you don't want your accolades, but you're getting them. She has a tendency to make things, to simplify things for me.
I know some of us just like to complicate things.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's that's a condition we have. What is that freaking condition that called? Oh, wait. Human. It's a
It's a human condition. Yeah.
We do
The
like
condition of the
complicating.
flesh.
Sometimes I need an interpreter.
Sometimes I need an interpreter for my own head.
Well,
I'm
that's
sitting there. Yeah, I was fixing. I was thinking that. I wasn't saying it. I was keeping my mouth shut. sometimes I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? You crazy woman? What? Get out of my head!" No.
It was like this. I had a conversation the other day with somebody, and I don't know where the hell it came from, but I'm talking about the subparticles of an atom. I have no idea where
No
it came
idea
from.
where that came from.
And I am just going on and on about how the atom and how it relates to spiritual. And she was like, "What? Where is this coming from?" I'm like, "I don't know."
Yeah.
It's like this knowledge is ever since January. I come out with these things and I'm like, I don't even know where it comes from. It's like I'm plucking them out of the air.
Well, there are people that have been DMing me and asking me for advice. and I'll start typing, and then the next thing I know, I've typed out all this stuff, and I don't even remember what it was that I typed out. You know, and I just tell them, I'm sorry. I think most of this is channeling. So
No,
if
I
it
do.
doesn't make any sense, don't ask me, because I don't remember
That's
where that
exactly
came
right.
from.
It's
And
your
there's
DNA.
sometimes
I
you,
agree.
there's something cool too that's been happening lately that I'm sitting there and I'm tapping a pen or a pencil and I have a pad of paper. I start drawing schematics and pictures and light language and blueprints and no idea where this is all coming from, but I've had
Knowing how to do
blueprints.
something and not knowing how you know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, like
That you
it,
never were taught it. You didn't ever go to school for it, but that knowledge is in your head. Where did it come from?
it
My
was
sisters and I, we were never taught how to swim. We just knew how to swim.
because I was like
Automatic.
drawing a Dyson sphere and how it works and how it spins and how to make it spin, and then I was drawing a warp drive and how the warp goes and or and I'm like, where's this coming from? How and this is logical. I'm like, this is logical. Why am I? Where is this coming from? And then there's another one where I drew like this. I think it's octagon. These octagon houses I had drawn out where the piping, like if there was an earthquake or a flood, it wouldn't be affected. It wouldn't affect the house. And I have no
Mm,
idea.
now you're speaking up my alley.
And then I'm
Building.
drawing like these little things you put in the sky that can put like protection for things that are firing from space.
Mm.
Like a meteor. If a meteor comes, you just activate it and it destroys it before it hits the atmosphere. I don't know where all the stuff came from. I just started drawing it, and I
I heard
That's
something the
that's
last couple of
Atlantis
weeks.
technology.
I'm not sure where I heard it from. I can't remember now. It may have been, I don't know. Somebody said it, or I read it. But as you recover some of your past lives, like we were talking about earlier, some of our past lives that come up are the ones that are that you need right now.
yeah, that was me.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that you're able to integrate from your past life into this life, and that goes for gifts as well. If you had gifts in a past life that you are now integrating those pieces and shards, then those gifts start to come online. That's what's happening to Loretta, is she's regaining a lot of her gifts from her previous experiences, and they're all coming back to her now as she's integrating all of the knowledge that she's learned over all the different lives that she's lived. She's regaining all of those gifts that she had.
It's quite
Right.
beautiful.
And the funniest part about all of this is there's stones involved. Different kind of stones and crystals that are
Yeah,
involved in all this.
yeah.
Mhm.
I
And I'm
noticed
like,
that
what in
too.
the hell? It's like the stones are speaking to me.
Uh-huh.
That's what I've been feeling that lately. Like I'm touching a stone, and it's like I get a flash of something. Like use this. It could be used for this. This is not. You're not meant for this. You're
Mhm.
meant for this. This is meant for this. No, that no. Why is this like this? No, this needs to go there. And
That's
it's
awesome.
like I have no idea where it's come from. It's like ever since I talked to that being on the mountain, everything has gone full blast over OP on me. I don't know if I've ever told anybody all that, but I was meditating on this mountain I've always had visions on. I had like lucid dream visions on this. But this one time, the same time that a week before James had his,
Hmm.
James, down the rabbit hole, he had his. I had that
Mhm.
same being show up to me, but I was on the mountain, and I seen this huge vortex of light, and in the middle was this light being, and it was telling me all this information.
Yeah.
Cool.
And ever since then, it's like I'm more awake, I guess.
Yeah.
The team.
more in tune. Yeah, it's like,
Right.
and I must have felt like I was there for 3 days, but I was only up there for like 3 minutes.
Well, you were probably giving back some of your memories from your previous
But it
experiences.
was cool. It
And
was cool.
time is different there than it is here. It moves differently. Time is it's
Well,
it might be 3 minutes here, but 3 days there.
we're evidently we're experiencing all of these lives at the same time. Anyway, these
Yeah.
past lives, we would just call them past lives because we're linear. But we're all experiencing all of these different experiences all at the same time anyway. You just have to know how to pull that back into the experience you're focused on right now.
Hey, look at here. Since you and I spoke the other day, I seeing Angel Light more. Well, yeah, because I
Awesome,
told you.
Kellium.
I
Awesome.
told you about that once we got rid of that dirty essence that was in there. Well, Sola did, which is funny because I have one of my beings, Sola. She doesn't really talk much
Mm-hmm.
to anybody. She's only talked to like 3 humans. She actually spoke to him through me for like an hour,
Wow.
Wow.
and for some obscure reason, I couldn't. I don't understand it. I wasn't here. I was because unlike some people that channel, not mentioning any names, I don't have I don't stand behind the being. I totally leave the body.
Let them have the floor.
I let them take control of the whole body because let them use their personality, their emotions. They're using the body for whatever they want to speak of. Like when Area comes through or Epi. And I noticed I'm doing this a lot too. And somebody else does this. I wonder who. Isn't that like the guy who keeps his eyes closed? What's his
Just got
name?
it. Just got it. Sorry.
Isn't that Greer? No, not
Yeah.
Greer. Bashir?
Bashar that does it all the time.
Yeah, I've been
that,
sitting
yeah.
here doing that every time I
And
channel now.
he does this. He'll sit there and put his. I catch myself doing that unconsciously, and I'm like, "What am I doing? Why am I doing that? That's weird."
Yeah, I just noticed that I've been doing this lately when I'm talking. I'm like, huh? But it's like whenever I'm doing a channel, I let them come in, unless it's like, well, Brim, he likes the human side, so I give him a part of myself to help because he's not good with emotions, and he needs the emotions, so I help him with the emotions. But like King Arthur, I'm in here when Arthur's speaking, or Alistair, or one of the humanish beings. But when it comes to the spatial beings, that I'm not here. Whenever you're talking, you're not talking to me because I don't remember a damn thing. So whatever she said to him, I don't really know, but apparently it changed him enough to go to the good part.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
and
sometimes when I
I found it
channel,
weird.
sometimes when I channel, I know, and I know that I'm there, and I hear and I see what I'm writing or what I'm saying, and then sometimes I just blank out and I don't know what I said or wrote until after. I think it just depends. Everybody has their own. Watching Next Level Soul has really turned me onto how people channel so differently, how they kind of grow into their channeling abilities.
But yeah, that's why I do my channeling like that, because I feel that if they're going to come in and they're going to give their wisdom, that let them have full control so my human side don't get affected.
Respect.
Yeah.
Well, and that is a concern because people channel and they channel the same entities, they channel the same personalities, but they may be getting different shards of those personalities, and then they also have their own personality that colors a lot of what comes out. They put their own spin on it, and so that's why you can have people channeling so many different. They're all channeling, say, Jesus, but they're hearing different messages or getting them in different ways. Or
But another thing about, hold on one sec. I didn't mean to interrupt, but one thing that I've understood in a lot of channelings, because I've been lately flipping through channels, watching people channel, and I've noticed that a lot of the channelers have the human side, and whatever their agenda is, it's coming out in their channels. And to me, that's not a real channel at all.
yeah, they're letting their personalities in, but some do it on purpose. I listen to a woman called Susan Lynn, and she's
Yeah.
very, very upfront with the fact that she's not comfortable giving her whole body over, so she insists on being there. And sometimes she gets to where she can't remember exactly what she's saying because the channel's coming in so fast. But for the most part, she'll tell you it's 40% her, 60% the guides. Because she has to put her own flavor in there. That's just how she is. She doesn't want to give the 100% control over, so she doesn't.
Like the other day when I was Caleb here, when Brim wanted to speak, and this time I'm usually there. Not this time. I let Brim have full control, and he just unloaded on Caleb.
Wow.
And I was like, well,
Callum probably asked for it.
I don't know, but that's what happened. I had no control over it. He just went on and said it.
Hmm.
And I mean, I hope it inspired him and resonated with him. And I hope he learned something, because I normally am not one to, I don't like to do the channeling because it makes me feel like somebody else. And I know I'm not like that other person, but it just, you know what I mean.
But you have to, you can't think like that, Baron. You got to surrender to it. You got to surrender to Source. Let Source have it. And don't be worrying about how other people do it. You do you. You be your authentic self.
Yeah.
What comes through, you can trust.
And a lot of people that been channeling fake spirits.
Yeah, sometimes. I've seen that.
Because when I went up, there was a being that I spoke to, and I spoke to his wife. And when I heard him up there, they were different from somebody channeling down here. And I can't say names, but I think a few people know that the being I met in space was not the same one I met down here.
Right.
And the being in space was a little irritated because the message was being tainted.
Yeah. Distorted.
Yes.
Yes.
Quite a bit.
And that's why I say, discernment.
Mm-hmm.
Use your discernment. And I've watched so many channelers that I can kind of pick it up right away when they may not know that they're not getting the authentic being that they think they're talking to.
Yeah.
They can be deceived.
So I
I
guess
wanted-
I need to ask you about this later, honey,
About what, baby?
about the names we're not saying.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk.
Remember the other night we were talking about crystals, and I showed y'all my Amethyst.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And Honey had said, put it in your bra. I did. I fell asleep with it in my bra. And in the middle of the night, it popped. And it broke. The tip was in my bra, loose in my bra.
Aw.
And I must have had some energy that needed to be, like, released that, I don't know, can y'all see that how it broke?
Yeah,
Yeah.
broke the tip
It
off,
just,
right?
it like just broke the tip right off.
Yes.
And I was like, and it woke me up. And I was like, what the heck was that? I thought I had broken a bone or something in my sleep the way it felt. It was a
I
real
would
definite
never,
pop.
I would never put one of those in my bra. I only put tumbles in my bra.
It's what I had. And I don't know how I fell asleep with it in there. It's a miracle I didn't end up with it in the place I didn't want it.
Yeah, I had to
Yeah,
go to
that's
the
where
emergency
the
room to
I have a
have
whole,
yeah.
I have a whole
You
little
got a
bag of
crystal
crystals in my
where?
bra. Every day I just carry them around.
You do know you can put it under your pillow, right?
I didn't think about that.
I carry crystals inside my bra that are right next to my heart, like my
Me
angel,
too.
my angel
Me too.
crystal.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but sleeping with them, you might just pop something you don't want to pop.
yeah, you might
Mine are
have.
on me. Mine
I
are on me
had
24/7
visions.
though, Brim.
I
Mine
had
are on me 24/7 in a little bag.
I had
Yeah.
visions of you
Well,
in the emergency room having to have it removed from your boob.
I've seen
Oh,
plenty of
man,
that
you got
too, Suzanne.
oh,
Yeah,
oh my
and
lord.
I've
God
been
knows
places
where
where
else.
they shouldn't have been.
Oh.
Trust
So
Do
me.
you
now,
know where that's been?
so you're sticking crystals in your bra, and I'm
Don't
those are
don't go
supposed to
there.
go.
I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it. I'm
I don't
nuts.
want to know.
We don't want to know where you put those.
No, Brim.
Everybody's seen his pulse tonight.
We've seen those little balls on the table. We don't want to know.
I just don't have balls. I have
He also has the wands.
I love you, Jim.
Oh my
I
lord.
got big pretty wands.
Yes, you do have
That's
big
so
pretty
pretty.
wands.
You do.
It is pretty.
Pretty wands with your
This is my
little
dragon
eyeballs.
healing wand.
I love that crystal.
Mm.
It literally, I am seeing like lots of energy coming from that.
I got to get busy because I got my stuff together to start making my wand, but I just haven't done it. I haven't been motivated to do it yet.
Well, you got it now, baby.
I think you're right. Yeah, I released a lot tonight, and I thank you. I thank you very much.
I love you very much.
I love you too.
I'm glad I seen you on camera.
I love my wand.
We're doing this together, and I know that it was meant to be.
We love everybody. We all love each other.
Absolutely.
Yes, we do.
We
Well,
are
my sister
family.
my sister was a big Facebook user, which I never could get into, and she'd get really mad at me. But she put her whole life out there on Facebook. It was crazy. And every night she'd sign out and she'd say, "I love most of y'all."
I love most of y'all. Wow.
That was her nightly sign out. You know,
Well, at least she was honest.
my
Hey,
sister was
you know.
extremely honest to a fault. To a fault.
Well, I knew some people were going to come into my live sometimes, and you know who. And I was going to go,
Yeah.
I love you all, but the other ones I love unconditionally far away.
Yeah. From a distance. Yeah.
I love you from a distance. Yes, I know that. I've got family like that, and I've got friends like that. I
I
still
love
have.
you.
I have friends on Facebook that I've been friends with since I was like 2 years old.
I don't do Facebook. I just can't. It just annoys me. And Snapchat, Instagram, I don't know. I just
That's
don't.
cool, Belladonna.
Especially Instagram. It seems to me like everybody on Instagram is just trying to portray
Yes.
a different reality than what they're really actually experiencing.
Yeah. A lot of propaganda on Instagram too. I mean, Facebook's the same way. A lot of propaganda on there too. I try to
Well,
stay away from politics, but and I've got friends that's all they're into, family and friends that I've had friends that are family that I grew up knowing, and they're all into like sports and politics and stuff that I just can't get behind, paying men millions of dollars to play a sport where we have teachers that are basically making just a little bit above minimum wage. It's annoying as hell.
yeah,
Firemen, police officers, people who put their lives on the line should be getting that kind of pay, not sports heroes. It's
yeah.
a game, people. This is not real life. It's a game. It's for entertainment purposes only.
I don't know. I do watch politics because I just do. And my two favorite people on YouTube are it's called I've Had It podcast. They are the two funniest women. They're two middle-aged women from Oklahoma. And so that their podcasts are usually about what they've had it with. And they are hilarious. And I agree with almost everything they say. I've had it with so many things. I've just had it. But it's fun to watch them, listen to them talk about their petty grievances. And one of them is the Facebook moms and the mama bears and,
my gosh,
the boy moms and just crazy stuff that I'm not familiar with because I don't stay on Facebook.
And the drama.
Yes. And then the moms that organize their children to death and they're still organizing them while they're trying to go to college and, setting up play dates for their college kids, which is
That's
weird.
crazy.
I
It's
can't
just
get into
weird.
politics. I can't. I don't like either of them.
No. I don't like
it.
any politician. I think that our country is being ruined by politicians.
Right.
No, but if we don't keep an eye on it, what are we going to do?
Yeah, absolutely though. Yeah, true.
I mean, you got one.
And I know a lot of spiritual people that talk about they don't vote, they don't get into politics, they think they're birds, wings on the same bird and all that other shit. But what I'm saying is if we want to have any kind of say in anything that's going on, we have to keep up, and we have to
This
be
is true.
sure
This is
that
true.
we get people in from the ground up that are going to have the same values we do. Otherwise, it's going to
Yeah.
stay the same. The reason
Absolutely
it's like
true.
it is because we've allowed them to take over our lives. These evangelical crazy people that want to dictate how you live your life every moment. They want to be in your bedroom with you. They want to be, in your business every minute of the day.
Well,
They want to
I
make
just
they
know
want to
that
make medical decisions without any kind of medical knowledge.
until
Yes.
I have the new earth that is all beautiful and the way I want it, I'm going to vote to preserve the rights that I currently have and that
Absolutely.
I am old enough to remember when we didn't have all of them. And by God, I'm going to vote for the one that's going to try to preserve
I know
them.
I'm
I
dating
agree.
myself, but I spent my teenage high school years protesting. That's what I did. I was a political protester, and we fought for women's rights. And I remember when I couldn't have a checking account, I couldn't have a credit card, I couldn't have my house, my car, nothing in my
It
name.
had to be in your husband's name. Yeah.
Or
And I got a
even,
job right after it was legal to have your own bank account.
well, I didn't trust my parents. They couldn't pay their own bills. I ran the
Oh,
house.
Lord,
I paid
Monica.
everybody. I had to pay the bills to keep the lights and the water on because they forgot or they gave it away or they did something else with it. And
Spend it, yeah.
so, you know, I just kept a lot of cash around because I couldn't go down and open an account on my own. And I
Mm-hmm.
couldn't give it to them because I'd never see it again. You know, so,
Right.
you know, I remember in 1984, I wanted to buy a brand new car. I finally had enough money to buy a brand new car. I was so excited. I went down to where my husband works, and he was at work, and he knew I was going to come down and look at cars. And
Mm-hmm.
there was a woman who would not even unlock the freaking car for me to let me look on the inside, much less take a test drive. She kept
Wow.
telling me I needed to go get my husband. And the woman nearly died. She nearly went to see Jesus that day
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
I don't yell, I don't scream and curse and do all that, but she didn't have any skin left on her by the time I
I
finished. And
I do all of the above.
and I got rid of her, and I wanted to buy it from that franchise because that's where he worked, and
Mm-hmm.
that's the car I wanted. I had been looking at that car, and so I just told her, I said, "You're gone. You're out of here." I went in there and I looked around and I said, "Whoever, I don't care, male, female, whoever you are, whoever is going to let me get in this car and drive this car will sell me a car today, and it won't be her.
Mm-hmm.
It will not be
Good
her."
for you.
I went to buy a car. My grandfather gave me $3,000, and I saved up $2,000, and I went to buy a car, and I walked into this dealership, and this guy, sales guy comes up, and I said, "I want this, 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 and this," and he goes, "Oh, I suppose you're going to pay cash, right?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I am, but not from you." And I turned around and left.
Yeah.
And I
Mm-hmm.
went to another dealership, and I said, "I want this, 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 and this." And he said, "Come on over here." And I bought a car from him, and I paid cash, but not from that asshole.
Well, one of the guys went running over to tell on me to my husband. He went running over to the shop and said, "Your wife's over there killing people." He came over there, and I looked at him and I said, "What the fuck are you doing here?" You know, I'm buying this car.
He said, I'm sorry, ma'am," and he backed out of the room.
And he just
He's like, I
laughed.
do not know this lady.
No, he laughed and he told the guys, he said, "It's her car. It's her money. We're,
Mm-hmm.
what
Good for him.
what are you doing here? She's already been looking at this car. She knows what she wants, and who's going to take her for a test drive? Which one of you is strong enough, ballsy enough to get in the car with her?" And so the one that had the biggest balls got in there with me, and he's the one that sold me that car that day. But I wouldn't even put his name on it for 5 years. It was in my name only, and I only did it because I knew that, it wasn't smart not to have both our names on there. But it was the principle of the damn thing. But
Yeah,
Totally.
when I was a kid, you couldn't even be a member of a church without a male sponsor. And if
Yeah.
you didn't have a dad, a husband, a brother, then you had to have a male sponsor from the church.
You gotta
Yes.
go to hell.
Oh my.
If you don't have a male
church is
member,
so
you're just gonna go to
loving.
hell.
If a man doesn't sponsor you, you're going to hell.
Evidently,
Oh, wow,
What a
Lord.
church!
well, they
Wow.
finally. I went to an evangelical Lutheran church, and they're very liberal, and they changed those laws pretty early on, like well before I married. Those laws were changed because, they knew way back then that that wasn't going to fly. But there are still churches in my town that prescribe to that theory, still
Uh
to
huh.
this day.
Same here.
And I cannot even. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go back to that.
No.
And if I have to be political, and if I have to get out there and act like a political idiot and fool, I'm going to do it, because somebody's got to do it. I mean, we cannot let this happen to us again. I spent too many
Yep.
years of my life out there doing protests and burning bras and yelling
Things are
crazy
going to have
things.
to improve a hell of a lot faster for me not to go vote. But
Right.
that's all there is to it.
Yeah,
Yep.
that is
Because
exactly
there's
right.
no
'Cause
way in
until-
hell I'm staying home on election day.
Well, the person I was wanting to vote for dropped out of the race, so
That's okay.
that is
Yeah.
okay, because
Just so
they-
long as the other guy doesn't win.
oh, I know. I agree.
we have,
Whatever
you know,
that-
we have to think of it as it's not just
Literally-
one person; it's the team.
Literally anyone would
It's
be
the, it's
better.
the team. It's the team that surrounds the person at the top of the ticket. That
Absolutely.
we need to be, because they need to all work. They're all going to work together.
Yeah.
And well, one group's probably not, but we'll see. We can't vote for personalities. We have to vote for policies, and
Yes.
we have to know that these are people that are going to do what we tell them, not just what they want. And I live in Texas, where there's a bunch of crusty old men up there that
Yep.
are doing whatever the hell they want to do, and they don't care that 80% of this state don't agree.
Yep.
They do it, and they do it.
Guys, you guys need to get them out of office.
They
We've
cheat.
got to.
You know,
Well, they gerrymander so
know,
badly.
my state is just as bad or worse. So they're just not as in your face as Texas is.
They cheat. They gerrymander.
Oh,
And, you know,
they're-
Abbott shut off
good
voting.
old boy. Hey, you can have this state contract. I don't care that your restaurant's closed. Nobody
Ken
will even
Paxton
fucking
is the-
notice. These people are so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ken Paxton has all these indictments against him, and he got voted back into office.
Yeah.
Well,
And they're
It's
just
crazy.
letting
It's
him-
insane.
They're letting him get away with all this stuff.
I mean,
Now,
look
now
at
they're
who their
suing.
presidential candidate is.
They're suing the Biden administration so they can get women's medical records, so we can't leave the state
Yeah,
to go
fuck
to a
them.
safe state.
Somebody
And he-
needs. They just some.
And see these.
This
and
is why. This is why I will be left behind.
Probably me too. Because I can't get
we
over
all
some
gonna
of
be in the
this.
same boat.
Well,
I get too worked up, man. I just.
Mm-hmm.
well, and that's okay, because you know my higher self told me we can do the work from this side or that side, or we can be the ones who stay to help the ones who weren't able.
Well, it's just.
Absolutely. I've actually had a dream that that's exactly what I was meant to be. That I was flying over a road of people going in the wrong direction, and there was a large group of us flying over. We had wings, and we were flying over this road just full of people, and we knew they were going in the wrong direction. We were trying to tell them, and very few people were listening. Most of them ignored us and acted like we weren't even there. And then a horn sounded, and then these, what I describe as hell beasts, came from they looked like giant wolves, came out and started tearing the people apart.
Mm.
And we could see their spirits like going into like dust, just like gone, their spirits. And all of us were just crying. And then I woke up, and that's the night that I realized that I had been chosen to do something that I wasn't really prepared to to accept at that time, and I'm starting to more and more accept that that's going to be, that I'm going to be one of the people that has to stay behind to help the ones that are lost, or to
You
try to help the ones that are lost.
you weren't
Uh-huh.
chosen. You were not chosen.
I
Now
chose it. I
you
chose
chose
it.
it, and no
I
one is
chose it.
chosen.
No,
We,
I
we
agree.
all
I
are going to be
agree. I
doing
agree.
what
I agree.
we contracted to do.
I accepted it, so it was my choice. Yes,
Mhm.
absolutely. It was not pushed on me. It was not forced on me.
And you weren't elevated to that position either. I mean, we're
No,
all
no.
on the same
It
levels.
yes, we were all the same. None of us were higher or lower. We were all the same. We were all like,
Well, all I'm
yeah.
gonna say to that vision is I was right there with you,
I know you
cause
were.
well, uh, I was right
The
there.
day that I met you, when you started talking about your dragon, and I saw it. Saw you there. I realized that I had seen you before. Hmm.
Cause
Not you, your
I've had
spirit.
that premonition that for the first, I didn't go on the first or the second, and I knew I was gonna be battling on, trying to get the most people I can get. So I knew on the first and second I was my aspirin is gonna be stuck down here.
Well, mine's
And the
not.
ones that go on are going to be helping us from their side.
Yeah.
We're not going to be alone. We won't be alone.
No, you'll have plenty
Honey,
of
honey will be
protection.
up there in the angelic realm.
I
To be
seen
our
how I
cheering
end.
squad. Yes, cheering
I
squad.
seen how I end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen my end. I don't want to see my end.
No,
I don't
I didn't
care.
want to see
It
mine
doesn't
end
matter.
either.
The end doesn't matter.
You didn't want to?
It's not the
I
end.
well,
It's
the
a
end of this
transit.
existence, I should say.
It's
Yeah,
a
the transition.
transition. You're
I
going to transition
don't
into a
know.
different.
I don't know if I would. I don't. It. I will say that I don't want to know.
Well, we're going to transition and transform. That's what's going to
Absolutely.
happen. And
Absolutely.
I don't think I'm afraid of death as much as I'm afraid of the process of dying.
that's what all my patients tell me. They're not afraid of dying. They're afraid of how it's going to happen, and they want to make sure that I make them as comfortable as possible. That's one of their first questions.
Well,
is,
I don't want to be hooked up to machines and stuff.
Me either.
No,
Nope.
absolutely not. I do not want to be kept alive. I already have.
Yes.
I have the very first time I had to have surgery, I got a DNR.
we
I was
all,
like, no.
I watched us do too many things to people that we should have never done.
Yeah. Well, because you
Yep.
had to, because they didn't
Yeah.
have a DNR.
Yep.
Well, and even if you did, your family
They
could
can.
supersede it
Yes, they
after
can.
you can't talk to, for yourself any longer. And
Well, I've
that's
threatened all of my family if they ever do that, and I come out and I get out of the hospital, they better hide.
yeah.
They better hide
Well, even
because
if
I will
I
be
don't get
coming
out of
after
the
them.
hospital, they better hide because I'll
They
stay
better
here.
hide.
I'll
Yeah.
stay earthbound so I can haunt.
Right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My sisters know I can do that because I do it now. They piss me off. I'll go visit them in the middle of the night and wake them up, and I don't intentionally do it. It's not that's not a voluntary thing. I don't voluntarily go and attack my sisters in their sleep. It's something my spirit takes over, and it's like, go over there and teach them a lesson.
You know, most of us can do that while you're awake, like sitting anywhere, you can do that.
Yeah, you
Oh
can.
yeah.
I do that
Yeah.
a lot, and people are like, why do you zone out? It's like, when I zone out, I'm not really here. I go somewhere else.
I do that.
My dad was not a very spiritual person. My dad thought he knew everything about everything, okay? So that explains a lot about my dad. But there was one thing that he did one time, that he was meditating, and my sisters and I all three witnessed him floating above the bed.
Wow.
And when we disturbed him, he hit the bed hard, and he was like furious with us that we had disturbed his meditation. And I was like, that was weird. I mean,
Well,
if our
you
mom
know,
had done it, we wouldn't have been surprised. But our dad doing it, that was a real shock.
I saw a lot
Alright.
of I saw a lot of that during people's transitions where when it got close, they did a lot of things that they would have never known they could have done, or their family wouldn't have ever imagined it. But I had to do a lot of deconstructing with people because they were so fearful. But once they were deconstructed, they became very peaceful. And
You're real muffled, honey.
once that I was able to deconstruct them, then they were able to get their peace.
Yeah.
But you have to get past the dogma, like we talked about earlier. You have to get past that. But I have seen some very beautiful transitions that just filled my heart. Just gave me so much hope. And then I've seen some really terrifying things happen.
Well, it's 3:00. Let's end it right here. But I do got some news.
Okay.
What's that?
We can do a live Saturday.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
And maybe Sunday too.
Okay.
Cool. I'll be there.
It'll be.
Me too.
Oh, I'm getting a phone call.
Hello.
It'll be the same time. Well, it'll be 8:00.
Okay.
So I'll post it in
8:00.
Saturday.
Evening.
I'll post a video
Okay.
and I'll find a
awesome.
topic.
Okay, we'll be here.
All right. Thank you all
Alrighty.
for coming.
Love you, everybody.
Night.
Love and light.
Thank you. Thank
Have
you.
a
Love,
good
love,
night.
love.
Night,
Magical
everybody.
dreams.
Love you guys.
Love you guys.
Love you all.
Have a good night.
You too.
Love
You
and
too,
light.
hon.
I'm glad you're back live.
Thank you.
Yes. Missed you guys.
Yes, very much.
Blessed
Thank you.
be.
Thank you, Loretta.